Well, what is up, good people? Jeff C here. It is Friday, January the 24th. Have you got your bone broth? I've got my bone broth here. Hang on a second here. I've got my bone broth. I'm trying to get myself ready for the big show tonight. I hope you are all doing well. And yeah, that's some people noting that that's an older intro that I had. Actually, the wonderful, really graceful made me that intro quite a while ago, and I haven't really been able to use it because of all the censorship and all that. But you know what I thought? I tried it with OBS and it works, and I was like, wow, this is great. So yeah, and that's my music, by the way. But thank you so much for tuning in to the show tonight, the big show. We got a lot of things to discuss. There's a lot of things going on. A lot of wacky stuff. I mean, maybe if you look at the screen, I'm going to check to make sure I'm coming in, of course. I'm going to do the old checkaroonie here. There we go. Yeah, there we go. We're working, bad. All right, so yeah, you see up on the screen, you've got Trump, Mr. Trump himself, and of course, William Shatner. And that was kind of having fun with the little shenanigans that the White House put out today dealing with the Space Force. They basically used the Star Trek logo. Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. You can already hear it, man. You could already hear it. The game goes on. So yeah, this is Fridays for fun. We try to take a little bit of a lighter look on things that are going on. It is Friday after all, right? We should have some fun. And the doomsday clock is ticking down. You don't have much time. Time's up. Time's up. Time's up. Tick tock, everywhere you go. That's another reason why that intro is so apt for the times, showing you everything that's kind of going on at once, sort of thing. And wow, they keep counting down. Oh, what's going to happen in 2020? I don't know. I'm shudder to think, but we're hoping that things will go okay, smoothly. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at a bunch of things tonight, and of course, later on, I will get to the chat and interact with y'all directly. Of course, we will take a look at the U.S. Space Force logo. Is it reality or is it that's why I say, you want to get your history, right? You want to learn about history? You do the Joe Rogan history. Watch Star Wars. That's the best way. That's how Joe Rogan got his history. So if you want to get your history, watch Star Wars. It's all there, right? It's the same, right? You get your science, go to BS Science. There's a channel called BS Science, Because Science, on YouTube, with an inverted pyramid and a beta male with a beard. He's like scrawny Thor. Anyways, they get you either way. Or you can go flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. You can go that way if you want. And be psyop to hell and back. Anyways, we will take a look at the Space Force logo and how it's being played. Of course, Joe Rogan has been trending big time because, of course, he endorsed Bernie Sanders. I don't know. What are you allowed to say? Hey, YouTube community, can we talk about Joe Rogan? Are we allowed to talk? What are you allowed to talk about? Joe Rogan's a public figure. He's a shill. And every day he's shilling for the NWO. And can you talk about Joe Rogan? Can you talk about Joe Rogan's wife? Can you say anything about those things? Can you talk about people that Joe Rogan has on his show and who they work for? We'll talk about some of that because Joe Rogan is shilling big time. And Bernie. Everywhere you go, Bernie. Yeah, hot girls for Bernie is trending today, except it's not really hot girls. It's more like hot trannies. Hot trannies for Bernie. Hot trannies for Bernie. Imagine that. Bernie probably gets excited by that. He's probably thinking about all the trannies he'll get once he's in the White House. We're going to take a look at the coronavirus. Some of the Greta, the Greta witch every day in the news. We never get a break. Greta. It's the Greta world. It's the Greta world order. That little witch is taking over the world. So we'll take a look at that. We're going to take a look here. More nanny state government coming into play with some of the shenanigans happening here. I'm going to talk about the snowmobile accidents, the so-called alleged tragedies involving snowmobiles, and how the government's coming in and saying, we got to do this, we got to do that, we got to pass all this legislation. Some people died on a snowmobile, so therefore, we're going to make it near impossible for you to ride a snowmobile. You're going to have to go and take a course and pass through all these things and dance through hoops of fire, and then maybe we'll let you ride a snowmobile. But yeah, we'll take a look at that because that really illustrates the sort of nanny state that they're using. We got the CBC putting out articles on microgrids, so we'll take a look at some of that along with the Greta and all of that. Cannabis. I know a lot of people that listen to the show smoke cannabis. We'll see what's happening in Rainbow Unicorn Land dealing with cannabis because they're calling for cheaper weed. They want more weed for more people. More, right? Be careful. Be careful of this government weed. Weed. Holocaust survivor in famous Auschwitz liberation photo says, rising anti-Semitism scares me. Oh boy, you like your Brothers Grimm stories? Dare we even look at that? How about this? Prominent Tories turn on leadership hopeful who calls being gay a choice. Oh, ban him, burn him at the stake. Burn him. He needs to be burnied. He needs to go to the Bernie World Order school of thinking. Of course, that's your left-right game. So we will take a look into that. China, okay, dealing with the coronavirus. China's building a hospital in 6 days. What else was built in 6 days? I'm just curious. I don't know. It escapes me. But anyways, yeah, 6 days they're gonna build a hospital. I wouldn't put anything past China. If you see how fast they build their cities, especially their ghost cities, they just build them. They just whip them up. They got these massive cities that there's nobody in them yet, but they're there. They even put theme parks in them. Wow, they're really thinking of the future. How about this? London police now coming out basically admitting that they're using facial recognition cameras. Of course. What you think they're going to actually do detective work? Why would they do it? Why would police want to do work? I mean, why make it so the police actually have to work for a living? I mean, why not just have the smart machines and the smart facial recognition and the smart computers and the smartphones and the smart vehicles do all the smart work for the dumb police? Because that's the way it's going. So London every day becomes... I mean, it's really, come on, let's be honest. 1984 is a romance novel. It's a romance novel of a beautiful sort of era that could have maybe existed, but tragically is not. And we're living in complete totalitarianism. I don't know. At least in Big Brother, you could escape from you could hide in the corner or something like that. You're not going to be able to do that anymore. Nowhere, pretty much. And then when the cities get smarter and the people get dumber, well, you know how it's going. So the coronavirus, we got to make sure I got all my stories lined up properly here. Oh no. People gathered in Virginia. For a protest. We're going to talk about the Virginia Senate passing the red flag gun laws. Of course, Mr. Bone Broth there, Alex Jones, said that Trump doesn't believe in the red flag laws. But yeah, he does, actually. That's the problem, though. And red flag laws. Wow, isn't it amazing how that works? How the term is implemented. Red flag. Yikes. Yeah, so Virginia is already heading down the NWO tube. And what else are we going to look at here? We got a few other stories. There's a bunch of stories off the British Brainwashing Corporation to talk about. And so we'll get to that. I don't want to name any in particular. We're going to talk about what else we got here? A few other stories here. Reclaiming country music. The British Brainwashing Corporation put out this video and this article saying that country music is not diverse enough in the United States, and it needs to be more inclusive. Brought to you by the same people that said that ice hockey is too white. It's by the same people that brought you that. And white privilege and all that crap. Yeah, neo-Nazis still running around causing havoc. And we've got some interesting things about self-driving cars going on as well. The new self-driving cars that have no steering wheels or pedals or anything, right? They just, pretty soon, they'll just drive you. I mean, pretty soon you're just going to be a gibbering bowl of jello. It's the brain chip is in. It's going to be over. I mean, where are the smart cars going to take you anyways? To the dumb factories? I mean, will you even know? Will you even know where you're going in the future? Like in 10 years from now, will people even know that they exist? Or will they even exist? I mean, I really don't know. The rate that they're dumbing down humanity. But yeah, of course, all part of Agenda 2030 is the whole transition from people having control over their lives and what they do on a daily basis to the state controlling everything. And of course, driverless cars is a huge part of that. You'll be safer, morally safer. You're going to be morally safer in your driverless car that has your facial ID and everything built in. Hey, Alexa's built in, guys. Alexa, and you get free transitions. This is the bonus. While you're being driven by your automatic cars, right, your self-driving cars, they're going to put these transition sort of surgery machines inside, robotic machines, so they can transition you to whatever gender you want to be for that particular day as you go about your narcissism. So yeah, all that and more. And of course, we will we will definitely get to the chat and see how the good folks are doing. Did you bring the bone broth? All right, so let's get to it, man. Let's just get right to it. Let's just jump right into it. Okay, so now what I'm showing up on the screen here is the Twitterverse. Twitter. Again, Twitter should be called Trigger. That's all it is, right? You throw something out. You got the left, right. The left, right go crazy. The left, right go crazy. That's all it is. It's left, right game. It's the left, right trigger. So this one here, where the United States Space Force, is it art imitating life, or is it life imitating art, or is life art, or art? Is it really art? Is it just all programming? Now, I know a bit about Star Trek. In fact, I've been thinking about doing a breakdown on Star Trek, because the origins of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry himself, and all the people that worked on the original Star Trek. Star Trek's quite a unique thing. It really is, because of it. Really, to me, there's only really one Star Trek, right? Just like there's only one really Star Wars kind of thing, right? Because everything else is just it's all just the NWO. Not that the original Star Trek wasn't. I mean, the original Star Trek had a lot of ideas that the New World Order loves: open borders, multiculturalism, even the rainbow unicorn, yeah, kind of, yeah, and maybe a bit of transhumanism thrown in there, but not so much. Humans were pretty much in the same state that they were. They were just technically advanced. But the original Star Trek is interesting because Gene Roddenberry has been called an anti-Semite. And the interesting thing about it is almost everybody that worked on the original Star Trek was of a particular tribe. Like William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and all these guys. I'm not sure the tribe, though. Probably a tribe you're not allowed to talk about. But a lot of them think that Gene Roddenberry was an anti-you-know-what. So it's a very interesting thing. Anyways, that's kind of not really important to what we see here, or maybe not really, but it is interesting, the Starfleet command. I can just see the flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. I could just see them going crazy with this. I could just see it now. It just plays perfectly. And this is the way they play us all. That's what I say about it. It's like, if you blindly believe in the science of the rainbow unicorn New World Order, you're an idiot. But then, of course, if you fall for the government psyops that are thrown out there, like the flat earth, well, you're equally being played. And that's the way they get us, right? They just constantly divide and conquer and put out these ludicrous things. So in many ways, when I talk about flat earth psyop, I say, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, the three amigos there, Bill Nye, the bullshit guy, are amongst the biggest players. All the flat earth debunkers are bona fide NASA employees, shills. It's all just a big SHIT show. Divide and conquer, push most people back into because science, right? Rainbow unicorn science of the New World Order, make you buy into, the state itself, so that you just give up your sort of independent thought, which you don't have most of the time. Most people never develop critical thought, so they're not able to think outside the box. That's why Twitter is perfect for the mind control of the masses, because it just works like that. It's like you throw something out, and then there's a left, right. It's like you throw a rotten tomato at a school wall or something, right? Like a brick wall. And then you just split it down the middle. It's literally, that's what Twitter is. Like, it literally is that. It's like every time something is thrown out, they just divide it, and the left, right go crazy. And, well, I wonder who controls Twitter. Probably the same people that control all your New World Order media. And it's just used over and over again. But yeah, here is an interesting sort of story here dealing with Trump. We'll take a look here. Actually, I'm going to do this in a second here. I'm going to flip this stuff around. I got an article here off the British Brainwashing Corporation here dealing with this. The U.S. Space Force logo looks like the one from Star Trek. They did this before in Canada, too. I should point this out. Maybe I'll show it to you. I'm going to put the Winnipeg Jets logo and then Canadian Armed Forces, or the Canadian Air Force or whatever. Like they did the same thing here. It's a little bit of a lesser thing here, where you have the Canadian Armed Forces logo here, and then you have the Winnipeg Jets logo. All right. It goes to show you that sports is the same as Disney, is the same as government, is the same as banks, is the same as Starbucks, is the same as McDonald's, or it's the same as Canadian Tire, right? I mean, it's all the same. It's all one world. It's all one government. So it doesn't really matter if logos are used in this way. It's just perfectly indicative of how artificial your sort of controlled realm is, how they can just endlessly manipulate the masses, like to no end sort of thing. So the newly unveiled logo for U.S. President Donald Trump. Whoops, I made that too big now. And it's funny, like looking at some of the comments. I should point this out because there was some comments here where like people were acting like it really was Donald Trump that designed it. Like they put out tweets like, "This is how stupid your president is. He actually designed this logo." It's like, yeah, Donald Trump sat there and freaking drew this thing up. And you have to be a retard. You have to be an absolute retard. But there were posts that put that sort of message out. And you see how the whole game plays out. You don't even have to read the tweets to see how programmed everything is. Like everything's a meme these days, right? Everything, right, is all about memes. It's all about how clever can you be reacting to your mind control. Like, here's your mind control. Now apply a meme to it. That's what it is. And it's like, here's my SpongeBob SquarePants. Here's my Squidward. Here's my South Park or Simpsons meme or whatever, Rick and Morty, right? Here's my meme that I got from my mind control, and I'm going to apply it to the mind control that is being proliferated on Twitter. And that's basically what Twitter is. So as you see with the Star Wars here, how it just plays out. And it's just a game, right? That it just goes on. People are more programmed than they ever have been. Copyright infringements. And again, like it's Trump, right? It's automatically Trump that's responsible for it. And it's just gay. It's stupid, but it is what it is. It's just again, it illustrates how artificial our media is and how artificial our governments are. Like, it's all a big show. That's basically what it is. So Trump is just an actor. He's just playing a role in a play. We're all supposed to sit in the theater and be glued to our seats kind of thing and watch the whole shit show. Pardon me for swearing. The SHIT show unfold. That's the reality of your reality, right? If you are plugged into their matrix, that is. If you're not living off the grid and understand that television is complete mind control and social media is cancer. Like, social media is cancer. It is. I mean, unless you're using it like I am, which is to try to get that message out. So my purpose of using social media is to tell you social media is cancer. And you'd be like, okay, that is worthwhile. But almost all social media is pretty much cancer. Unless it's being used for some sort of creative purpose, it's just here to divide and conquer and program people into the idiocracy and, just reinforce all the agendas that they're trying to pass through. We'll go back to the article here briefly. I'm not going to look too long at this, but Twitter users noted that the emblem revealed by the president. Did he bring out the dog? What was the dog's name again? Bears an uncanny likeness to the insignia of the cult sci-fi TV series. The striking resemblance has left many critics stunned, as though they had been zapped by Captain Kirk's phaser. I mean, it's so gay. Whoever wrote this article just needs a slap right now. You actually wrote that? But others online insisted the logo was really based on the U.S. Air Force One, the intergalactic controversy. It's like the Galactic Federation of Light. Is that David Wilcock? David Wilcock and the Galactic Federation of... Don't worry, they're going to come and save us from the Anunnaki. Yeah, they're going to come out of their subterranean caves and their ocean caves with their squadrons. And they're going to defeat the evil Anunnakis. Galactic Galactic Federation of Light. Imagine that. Imagine being that moronic to actually fall for that guy. Some people must pay. Like people like David Wilcock make a lot of money. So it means there's just a ton of idiots out there. There's just a ton of idiots. There really is. There's no other way to slice it. Anyways. So unveiling the insignia on Friday, Trump tweeted, after consultation with great military leaders, designers, and others, I'm pleased to present this new... I'm sure he's making sixes the whole time. He's 6 sixes. He loves that. Present this new logo for the United States Space Force, the sixth branch, of the magnificent military MM-33, of course, 6 branch. And then George Takei. Oh my God, this guy. Holy God. Hide the children. You gotta hide the children if George is walking in the room. You want to talk about creepy guys? George Takei. George Takei, star. He's a star. He's a star. He's a star. I thought he was like he's a guy over on the controls or something. I mean, the stars for me were the big trio, right? Like William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and DeForest Kelley. Those were the stars. I don't know, but George Takei, I guess. I mean, that's their career. They're in some B movie TV series that hardly anybody watched when it came out. It only lasted 3 seasons, and then it was relegated to syndication. And then out of that comes this giant empire of New World Order programming that doesn't end to this day. Now, if you think about it, why would they be doing this type of stuff? Well, what's going on right now? Hey, Jamie, look that up. All right. So what's going on? If we put we'll just put Star Trek just to give you an example here, and then you see all the stories dealing with that. But are there other stories? The Borg set to return in Star Trek Picard. Oh, wonderful Picard, the Jean-Luc Picard. What's his name? The actor who loves to kiss men in public all the time. What a disgusting guy. I mean, seriously, have you not seen this guy making out with men all the time in public, including his co-star in the Gay Men, or the X-Men, was it called? Yeah, the whole series about the gay people there, the LGBT. The Borg returns, so you've got the Borg coming back, Star Trek Picard, why Trekkies are the greatest fans of all. Now you're just retards, Trekkies. I mean, it's okay. Like, I get amusement out of the original Star Trek. I could watch, if I'm going to sit down and watch television, I'll be honest with you, I would not mind watching Star Trek because it's so campy, it's so hilarious, it's sexist, it's all these things, right? That it's so refreshing to watch compared to the drivel, the absolute horrendous New World Order, to the, programming and diversity and all that crap that they ram down our throats now. You go back and you watch the original Star Trek, and it's like a breath of fresh air. It's just hilarious. The acting is so hammy. It's so over the top. I mean, that's what almost great television is, because maybe there's a bunch of pretensions when they came in and started doing the show. But, I mean, the show, pretty much, I'm sure almost everybody that was involved in the show probably thought it was going to flop and never be anything and all that. But they were just there for the ride, getting the paycheck and whatever. And look what it's become. Look at it now. It's like this massive empire. And there are millions of people around the world that are programmed into Star Trek. And there's cosplay conventions and comic cons, and there's movies and video games and plush toys and Lego sets, and seriously, when you think about the New World Order takes everything that could have one time been something that might have actually been worthwhile, and it just destroys it. It just turns it into an enterprise. Like, pardon the pun. It really does. And Star Trek is an excellent example. Every Star Trek got worse. Like, every single one got significantly worse. Like, the last one probably that might have been worth watching somewhat would have been The Next Generation, because it was the first attempt at a reboot. But after that, each one got progressively much worse. Now they're just, it's just diversity Trek. That's what it is. It's diversity Trek. Rainbow Unicorn Trek. It's just awful. I mean, I haven't watched any of the new ones, but I know they're awful. And you're like, how do you know they're awful if you haven't watched them? Because mind control. Come on, get the frig out of town. Anyway, so you see a complete guide to what Star Trek to watch before, of course. So again, what I'm trying to say is that the timing of this? Well, Star Trek Picard, right? If I put it in here and I put a space, it's Picard. So it's Star Trek Picard is online right now. So it just comes out. This is how your mind control works. I try to illustrate this to people all the time, that everything's in concert, that everything that comes out. So they want you watching the new Picard because the new Picard is going to program you into the New World Order. It's going to show you how necessary depopulation and Greta, how amazing Greta is, and how you need to change your gender and stop having babies. It's going to show you all these things. It's going to show you how gay people make the greatest people ever. It's going to show you all these things that you need to see so that the New World Order can take you out of the gene pool and program you into total cultural and mental degeneracy. But there you go. Star Trek. Look, 35 minutes ago on GameSpot. Now, if you look at these, CNET, Ars Technica, Space.com, Star Trek, In-Depth, GameSpot, right? The way to look at these is DisneyNet, Disney Technica, Disney Space, Disney In-Depth, Disney Spot, Disney, right? Scientist. It's all the same. If you look at your media and you think somehow it's independent and somehow they're not all working in concert, you are an absolute moron. You have no idea of how heavy your mind control is. And this is how our mind control works. So that's why the Star Trek logo is likely being used. There's probably a few other reasons as well. But here is that wretched creature called George Takei. Ahem. We were expecting some royalties from this. Why would you? I mean, your whole existence is based off your crappy portrayal in the. I think back to Mr. Sulu. I mean, it wasn't like Academy Award-winning acting on Star Trek. So your entire existence, all your money and fame, has come from being on this crappy B, television series that flopped when it came out, and here you are decades later, probably worth tens of millions of dollars just all on that crappy show. And the fact that they were able to take that crappy show. Now let's think about this for a second. Let's talk about this. I'm just thinking about it, as it's just springing to mind while I'm saying all this. We'll put Star Trek Convention here just into this, and I want people maybe to think about what they see. All right, I want people to think about what it is you're seeing. If you can, perhaps just sure. I'm just refreshing the show here to make sure it's coming in. If you can just maybe say in the chat what you see or what you think this is, because I'll tell you what it is. All right. Beyond mind control, or what is one of the most powerful forms of mind control? It's called a cult, right? This is a cult. So these are cult fetishes. This is like Star Trek conventions. It's just a cult. It's just a way of controlling masses of people. All these people that go to these things are suffering from mental illness. They're not only suffering from mental illness. They're suffering from depression, obesity, all kinds of things, like probably really poor diets, right? Maybe drug abuse, a lot of different things. These people are not well. They can't be well because they wouldn't be there. They're Christopher Cantwells. They're there because they're under the mind control of the New World Order. And the New World Order is normalizing depression. So it's making all the people depressed with all the products and the chemicals and all your foods and beverages and everything else and all the heavy programming that you get and the psychological trauma that you get every time you put on Star Trek or every time you put on your Black Mirror, right? And then people turn up at these conventions and they're suffering from umpteen different things. And, and they're disabled. People going to show up in electric scooters and stuff because they can't walk anymore because they're so obese. But they're amazing. They're told that they're the best thing ever and there's nothing wrong with them. And that the real solution is to get angry and attack anybody and demand that the government does everything for them. So many ways, Trekkies are one of the most original like in many ways you could say a Tavistock sort of type of mental conditioning that Star Trek may not have started out that way. It may have just been this series, this idea, and I'm pretty sure it was to a certain extent. Of course, the tribe got excited by it because it fits within their protocols, but the whole thing is that the original Star Trek, in many ways, became a cult, right? After the show was terminated, and it went to syndication, that's where the cult started to come. Now, at what point was the cult germinated, perhaps, from day one from the New World Order? Or was it at one point hijacked and taken in by the New World Order and then blown up to the proportions that it is today? There's no doubt that the cult of Star Trek is a New World Order cult. There's no doubt about it. So it's very interesting how far it's gotten and how ubiquitous and how big this whole thing's become, much like Star Wars. Star Wars is a cult too. It's an absolute cult. Star Wars fans tune in every day to get every little detail on Star Wars. Disney keeps the Star Wars drip going 24/7. There's always something with Star Wars coming out. There's always a new television show, new cartoon, new comic book, new toys, new video games. There's a cycle to Star Wars. It never ends. There's a bunch of shills on YouTube who are basically Disney employees who work full-time Star Wars channels. They have millions of people that watch them, right? And every day they release new stuff on Star Wars to keep the whole drip going, right? To keep people coming back for more. And then again, as you think about it, if you're like me and you're a kid and you grew up with Star Wars, it at one point in time, even with even with George Lucas, right? At one point in time, he just had an idea. And you can actually trace the original Star Wars, and you can see the exact films, Flash Gordon, The Hidden Fortress, all these films that were basically, he took all those ideas and put them in the original Star Wars. So Star Wars was a hack job to begin with. Star Wars, the original Star Wars, right? But because of special effects and because of very good editing, Star Wars became a mega hit, right? And great soundtrack and a great cast sort of thing. So they did a lot of things well with Star Wars. It became this massive thing. The original Star Wars is where the magic is. The original Star Wars. Everything else is just the cult and the New World Order taking control of the entertainment and using it as a weapon to program the masses. So that's why, there's really only one Star Wars. It's the original Star Wars. Everything else is just the New World Order, pretty much. And that's the same with Star Trek, and it's almost the same with everything. Nothing is allowed to get massive following and massive acclaim unless it fits the narratives and the agendas of the New World Order. It's not allowed. So that's why it's very important to point that out dealing with Star Trek. And again, I actually really think the original Star Trek is hilarious and amazing because it's so campy. And to me, it's the only Star Trek, really. That's the way I look at it. Like, I can have 100 times more enjoyment watching, or 1,000 times more enjoyment watching Captain Kirk do his sexist, sort of over-the-top, hammy Shakespearean style acting, right? On a cheap little set with girls in miniskirts than I could watching, 100 billion episodes of Picard, right? And whatever Rainbow Unicorn type of diverse mind control Agenda 21 programming is being injected into it. So it's something maybe I could talk about. Maybe I'll do it on Supreme Lord Commander, where I'll go into the entertainment, because I'm going to try to tell folks where they can find good entertainment, like good movies and good music and good things that aren't spoiled by the NWO, because I think that would be really helpful for folks, because I think you can find a lot of stuff that exists outside their control, that before it was usurped. I talked about Terminator the other day. Okay, so maybe I'll talk about Terminator now. I'll probably bring this up later, but I want to just touch on this again. To me, there's only one Terminator, the first Terminator. The first Terminator is such a great movie, and it's a budget movie. I mean, for its time and for the scope and size that it was trying to be, it was a pretty low budget film. And compared to any of the films that came after, it was like a minuscule budget. But the original Terminator is where all the magic is, where Arnold Schwarzenegger played the bad guy sort of thing, right? Or the robot, right? The cyborg, not the cyborg. Well, yeah, he's not a cyborg, really, a robot, a synthetic human or whatever. But and when you think about it, I know the second one's decent and all that, and probably a lot of people saw that one first, and that's their favorite one, and it had cool special effects and yada yada yada. But I want to say the original Terminator is by far the best of the series, and really the only one worth watching. And why is the original Terminator so good? Like, aside from the excellent sort of storyline, the simple sort of the great acting, the great casting, all these things, what is it that makes the Terminator, the original Terminator, work so well? Well, one of the things that works so well in the Terminator and why it's such a great film is because the simple story arc, the reason, like, if you think about it, and I'm trying to find images, here they are. If you're thinking about it, the story, the basic premise of Terminator is that AI gains consciousness and takes over the world, basically, and tries to wipe out humanity. How does humanity win in the end? I mean, if you only made one Terminator movie, it would be, and it is a classic and all that. In a way, that's the way it should have been left. It should never have been touched again, because the original Terminator is almost perfect. How does humanity beat the AI? It beats the AI through procreation. It's when the two main protagonists screw and make a baby, and that baby is the one that overthrows the AI. So you think about that compared to all the other Terminators that came, all the other crap that has followed since then, especially the newest one, and how this is the theme that the New World Order never wants. The New World Order never wants people to think about having babies and having families, and that somehow that's going to lead to good. And the original Terminator, that was the basic theme, that love, men and women coming together and loving each other, defeats the evil. So you see how that whole thing with the Me Too and the Time's Up and everything that's going, Weinstein and all the crap that's going around, how it's all divide and conquer, taking down the patriarchy, for instance, right? We got to wipe out the patriarchy. We got to push feminism everywhere. And in many ways, the original Linda Hamilton character was the perfect sort of female character. She wasn't a warrior. She wasn't she didn't have muscles or anything like that. She wasn't trying to be a man. That's why I don't like the second one, because she's butch in the second one. She's like all tough. She's become the man. In the original one, she was a soft sort of woman. She was working as a waitress. She really didn't have any special skills or anything like that. So that's why the original Terminator, to me, is the only Terminator. You don't watch any of the other crap. It's all garbage. And this is the problem with entertainment, is that entertainment, the problem that we have is that we like something, right? And the old formula for sequels was that, okay, you make the original, but you make it bigger, or you make it a little bit better somehow, or something like that, and then you can cash in. But now all the movies are mind control. All the movies are agendas first, right? The stories are the agendas. The stories take over everything, and the agendas take over, since the stories are the agenda. Anyways, I digress. I digressed quite a bit on that. Anyways, we'll leave that. Maybe people want to talk about that later. I do enjoy talking about film because I think it's a very powerful medium of reaching people. But we'll move on from that. I wanted to get to the hashtag here, which was Hot Girls for Bernie, which is trending here. Hot girls for Bernie, right? So you got the same sort of narcissism where people are, posting photos of themselves, and it's like, okay, if you're a hot girl, you're a hot girl, but some people didn't get the memo or something. But this is just more of the whole mind control. This is interesting. Hot girls for Bernie are into this. Let's see what this is. End wars, immigration reform, net neutrality, close private prisons, fair trade in unions, gun safety, criminal justice reforms, end the war on drug, Wall Street reform, tax corporations, Green New Deal, racial justice, free university, public health care, women's rights, corporate money out of politics. Unbelievable, really. So how much of that did Dirty Bernie actually achieve with his dictatorship in Vermont? Vermont, the least populated state in all of America. Have you ever been to Vermont? It's quite lovely, actually. I've been there many times. I used to play hockey there all the time, go skiing and stuff like that. But Vermont is the antithesis of what most of America is. Like, nobody moves to Vermont. Nobody lives there. There's like less than 1 million people. So this guy's been a basic dictator for life in Vermont, and you go there and it's like a backwards world. It's really bizarre. I don't mean to insult, like, I honestly believe Vermont is lovely, right? It is lovely, and it's a nice place, and it'd be a wonderful place to live, but you do have heavy New World Order sort of agendas being pushed in that state. And with this, I mean, end wars. Yeah, right. Israel's representative is going to end wars. I'm sure he is. Immigration reform. Wow. That's so important, right? Immigration. Because what? Yeah. Because we need to stop having babies. We need to eat the babies, and we need to open the borders and let all the wonderful, beautiful, lovely, innocent Mexicans that are trying to sneak into the country, right? I mean, that's what you should care about. Why care about the hobos on your street? Why care about the people that are, out of the job and the economy is faltering and all that crap? Why not care about some people you'll never have any sort of contact with that come from an entirely different country that are illegally sneaking into your country? Close private prisons. Okay, whatever. Close private prisons. Fair trade, and what are you gonna? He's gonna close the private prisons. Oh, then the government will run the prisons. So you have the corporations running the prisons, and then you'll have the corporatocracy running the prisons. The government is the corporatocracy anyways, so it's the same difference. Fair trade and unions, whatever. Gun safety means just destroying your gun rights. That's all. It's that simple. Criminal justice reform, whatever. End the war on drugs. How long have you heard that? Wall Street reform? Yeah, you sure? Nice. That's a good one. Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Tax corporations. Okay, yeah. I mean, they do get taxed already, but what do you? I guess you're gonna tax them more. Green New Deal. Okay, New World Order, Agenda 21. Racial justice. What does that mean? Right? What do you mean racial justice? What? Everyone needs the same. All humans are the same. You want to end racism, everyone has to be the same. So stop saying racial justice. Just say all humans. Black lives matter. No, they don't. Sorry, all lives matter. And Black lives matter. What are you going to do? Purple lives matter? Pink lives matter? It's retarded. All lives matter. But of course, that's a divide and conquer. That's to suggest that somehow black lives don't matter, or that white lives matter more than black lives. This is just your New World Order sort of divide and conquer. Free university. Yeah. Well, if you want to get your militant angry dyke feminist doctorship, probably if you score well enough on your mind control, you'll get a grant or something, right? You'll get your tuition paid for, right, by some corporatocracy, some bank probably. But I mean, who's gonna, I mean, to me, academia is the cultural Marxist rot of the United States, really. What's coming out of academia, I mean, aside from the technocrats that populate the Pentagon and the White House and Wall Street, if you will, most people coming out of academia are so utterly programmed into the New World Order that they are actually working to destroy the constitutional rights of Americans. And that's a fact you can take to the bank. You take it to the bank. Say it's from you. Anyways, public health care. Well, I do agree with that one, but, women's rights, retarded. Why is there women's rights? Why? What do you mean women's rights? What? Women's rights. F you, women's rights. Human rights. Women's rights are human rights. Well, what? I mean, yeah, unless women aren't human, or what are you trying to say? Women's rights are human? What does that mean? I thought women were human. Oh no, women's rights are human rights. Women's rights are human rights. Well, it's retarded. That's the whole thing with the cultural Marxist mind control of the New World Order. Everything is like this. Just like I said with the Black Lives Matter. this is how they play us. Like, they play us endlessly because it's all an appeal to victim status. They want every little minority to think that they're being victimized by the majority when it's anything but the truth. They want everyone to think that white privilege is what rules America, when most of the people that rule America are such utter scumbags, you know. So anyways, corporate money out of politics, yeah, whatever. I mean, government is corporate. The corporatocracy has run the government for over a century, for the longest time, basically. And Andrew Jackson was the last president that really stood up to the corporatocracy. Right? So, and that's so long ago. Anyways, so you just see how that plays out. And then you got all these people posting their narcissism, you know, oh, you need to click on me and validate me. No, you need to be told that you're mentally ill. Stop taking photos of selfies of yourself. What are you trying to achieve? Right? What is this all about? I mean, look at this crap. What is this? F off, greedy capitalist. And look at this person. I mean, what are you doing? You prostituting yourself? Right? Hot girls for Bernie. Interesting. Anika Soleil here with the as above, so below symbolism. I feel like this weird, but also I'm narcissist, so let's party. There you go. Narcissism. And hey, doesn't this look like the same girl that we saw before? The one there that blocked me, right? And it just goes on. It is what it is here. There was one I wanted to show you, though, here, which was the one that I replied to. I guess I have to go to my account here, so I'll go to my account. Where are we here? Now, here's the one I put up here. Hey, hot girls for Bernie. I'm jumping on the bandwagon, folks. Always wanted to feel part of something. There's me, of course. I'm not quite 400 pounds yet. Drag for Bernie. I got the hashtag started. Let's see. Has anybody else got on it? No, I'm the first one. Come on, guys. Make it trending. Drag for Bernie. Why not? I bet you that's what Bernie really likes. Bernie 2020. Open borders, of course. Trans kids. Bernie loves those. Beta males. Kindness matters. I should have put kindness is everything. I like this one. Make Holocaust. I spelt it wrong, though. I'm sorry. I forgot I guess I am typing on my iPad, right? Make Holocaust classes mandatory. Every grade. Holocaust. It's funny how all the shootings that happen at all the synagogues and the Jewish schools in which people are in their Holocaust studies, and then somehow one of these religious texts, the Talmud or something, saves somebody, right? Like a bullet gets lodged in the book. I got white privilege, drag time story, clown world, and gun control now. I was trying to take a stab at what the average Bernie supporter believed in. Here's one that I put up, and I said no words to this one, so we'll take a look at this. Some replies were hidden by the tweet author. I guess so. Truth hurts. Hot girls for Bernie includes hot dykes and hot dads for Bernie. Because hot girls for Bernie is a state of mind and a state of being. And this is somebody who's got the hashtag or the Twitter handle at FatherQueerist. Gay for taxing the rich and abolishing ICE. Come on, guys, open borders. Open borders for Bernie. So you got this person here, and YouTube community. I'm not here to make fun of people, right? I mean, if you're on social media, it's your fault, right? You post stuff on social media, people. It's open season, so this is no bullying, harassment, or anything like this. But you look like you've got a weight issue. You're smoking cigarettes, right? I don't know what you're cracking open here. Is this your Red Bull or something like that? Maybe you should, get off social media and do something with your life other than, fall down the whole mind control. Isn't this interesting? Queer with the hammer and sickle here. It's the queer fascist. A queer fascist. No, it's anti-fascist, right? It's a queer communist. Communist and queer. Anyways, that's the way it goes. So enough of that. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Joe Roganstein here. Joe Rogan, of course, came out and was waving the big flag for Bernie. He was doing a podcast here. Where is it here? We'll just put in We'll ask Google here. We'll put Joe Rogan, Bernie. Yeah, look at this. Joe Rogan. You put in Joe Rogan, and the first thing that comes up is Bernie Sanders. Isn't that interesting? And the first thing that comes up here is Barry Weiss. Have you ever seen a Barry Weiss? Are you familiar with what a Barry Weiss looks like? You ever seen people that work for the New York Times? You don't typically see people that work for the New York Times. You just read their mind control, right? Their programming. But here's an opportunity to see what somebody looks like that works for the New York Times. This is somebody called Barry Weiss here. Kind of reminds me of David Weiss. I wonder if they're related. You know David Weiss, the flat earther, deep inside the bullshit hole. There you go. So, interesting. It's unfortunate that people don't like this podcast very much. Joe Rogan says he's voting for Bernie. Okay, well, listen.
In the primary.
I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. Him as a human being, when I was hanging out with him, and I believe in him. I like him a lot. What Bernie stands for is a guy who, well, look, I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. Him as a human being, when I was hanging out with him, and I believe in him. And
He's hanging out with him. He's going to get this one. They just came out of the sauna together. Him as a human being, and they've got to do this. They've got to put so just in case you can. I got this for the deaf people. I don't know, right? Him as a human being, when I was hanging out with him. I was hanging out in the sauna with him.
And I believe in him. I like him a lot. What Bernie stands for is a guy who, well, look, you could dig up dirt on every single human being that's ever existed if you catch them in their worst moment, and you magnify those moments.
That's interesting.
And you magnify those moments, and you cut out everything else, and you only display those worst moments. That said, you can't find very many with Bernie. He's been insanely consistent his entire life. He's basically been saying the same thing, been for the same thing his whole life. And that, in and of itself, is a very powerful structure to operate from.
Paid for by Bernie. Woo! Yeah, Joe Rogan. Yeah, paid for by Bernie. Congratulations. So did Barry Weiss show up with an envelope or something? Is that what happened? I'm wondering, does anybody know who Joe Rogan's married to? Or are you not allowed to talk about that stuff? You're not allowed to talk about that stuff. It's too bad. But yeah, that's very interesting. It's very, very interesting to see this. It's quite something. Imagine if there are people. Do you know anybody? Are you familiar with anybody that actually thinks that Joe Rogan is a decent human being, that he actually is an honest person? Do you know anybody that actually thinks that? Man, they must be stupid, eh? Yeah, I feel sorry for you. Do they wear a bib all the time, these people? Imagine if you were like that dumb. Would you be wearing a bib and like a helmet? I guess you'd probably have to wear a bib and a helmet, and you'd have to be wheeled around, because I don't think you could walk. I mean, if you actually thought that Joe Rogan was a legit person and that Joe Rogan's podcast wasn't shilling for the NWO, seriously, you'd have to think that a bib would be required, and you'd have to be fed, like somebody would have to spoon feed you, like maybe applesauce or something like that. I don't know if you'd be able to digest anything. You probably wouldn't be able to chew because you wouldn't know how to, right? Maybe you wouldn't have teeth. I don't know. I mean, imagine people. It's interesting, though. It's like he's got the world's most popular podcast. It's got to be a lot of stupid people out there. So here's the British Brainwashing Corporation here, and Bernie Sanders faces ire over Joe Rogan endorsement. Democratic president candidate Bernie Sanders is facing backlash after he touted a thumbs up from a podcast host loathed by many liberals. Joe Rogan, a comedian turned provocateur, has told his 7 million YouTube subscribers that he would probably vote for Bernie. Amid ensuing outcry, Mr. Sanders said his campaign was a big tent. It's a magnificent thing. It's a magnificent thing, right? It sure is. It's a great big tent. A 3-ring circus. Is that the type of tent it is? I think so. With the clowns and all that inside it? Or does Bernie put paint on his face, or is it only the orange face ogre that does that? Yeah. So there you go, Bernie Sanders tweeting this. It's just hilarious. I mean, you can't make this up, right? The way that it comes on here and it says paid for by Bernie. So basically, Bernie's, I don't know, Joe, you're going to have to come out and say, no, Bernie didn't pay me for that, but Bernie's claiming that he paid you for that. So Bernie sent Barry Weiss. Was it Barry Weiss? What is the name of that creature that you had there? Bernie sent that creature from the New York Times to get you to endorse him, I guess. I know Sanders was on Rogan's show as well before. But it just tells you everything, doesn't it? Joe Rogan, open borders except in his gated community. Rogan, that's the way Joe Rogan is. Joe Rogan doesn't understand why Americans are concerned about people sneaking into their country. He doesn't understand why people care about borders and stuff like that. He doesn't understand why it's important for, Americans to protect their constitutional rights. He doesn't really compute with him. He just wants to. He really wants you to embrace Bernie and this New World Order fully. So, yeah. I mean, I guess if it wasn't Bernie, it would be Hitlery or whatever. So, yeah, you see there how the whole thing plays out, and it's all over the news. There's Vox, Bernie Sanders, Joe Rogan experience. Bernie Sanders is embracing an endorsement from Joe. Twitter doesn't understand. Twitter. Like Twitter, like it exists on its own. It's like some entity. Twitter doesn't seem to understand Joe Rogan's podcast. No, Twitter is Trigger, and it's there to do the left-right game, and that's all there is to it, just like all you scumbags. Why a Joe Rogan endorsement could help or backfire, Bernie Sanders must consider Joe Rogan endorsement. And there you go. And it all kind of fits in, too, with Joe Rogan because the Conor McGregor's been all over the media, the UFC, of course, bringing in the transgender fighters and all that crap. So we can move on from all of that. We're going to look at some of the local stuff, well, more local, Canadian Rainbow Unicorn stuff here. I'm going to just take a brief look at this particular article here by Heidi Adder. Not sure. Anyways, people get quite upset. Saks photographer hopes award-winning image is an award-winning image of trapped sea turtle inspires change. Because that's the way it should work, right? When you've got a dying, sick polar bear, why not exploit that to the nth degree? Why not use that poor, dying, sick polar bear to push your New World Order agendas? Just like you're going to use this alleged turtle to push your New World Order agendas. So Shane Gross, nice name. I mean, like, who has a name Gross? You want to go out with Shane? No, he's gross. Shane Gross's image won the conservation category CC. You can't make this stuff up. Everything is coded. Of the International Ocean Art Underwater Photo Competition. Plastic bottles and bags and pollutants are carried of tidal curtains in North Sulawesi, Indonesia. And this looks like a swimming pool. I mean, come on. Seriously? I mean, what are you? Oh, yeah, the guy in the ocean for sure. I'm 100% sure. I'm not saying there isn't crap in the ocean, but I mean, it's obviously somebody's swimming pool. This is the way they do it. Hey, throw more crap in there. Yeah, Greta's doing a speech today. Put more. Dump the whole. Know what they do? They got somebody's swimming pool here, and they bring the dump truck, and they're all right, back it up. And they dump all this crap in. Right? And it's like, yeah, the oceans. We got to take away all your rights. So a Saskatchewan man, are you sure it's a man? Have you checked? Maybe he's changed his gender. Photograph of a turtle ensnared in a fishing line has captured international recognition in a prestigious... great! So this a-hole exploits a dead animal and wins a bunch of prizes and money as a result. Wonderful. I'm sure the turtle's happy. I'm sure the turtle's like, yeah, great. You took my freaking image and you made a career out of it. Isn't that wonderful? So anyways, it's captured international recognition. What's the recognition? You took a photo of a dead animal. Big deal. Then you prestigious photo. Why do you win the photography prize? I mean, it's like the and I mentioned this before about the art, the New World Order art. I said if you're an artist and you're struggling, you want to make some money, just do what they want you to do. Make art about global warming and crap like that. And then you'll get featured, man. You'll probably get on trending. Maybe you'll get a visit and somebody will offer you a deal. Anyways, now he's hoping fellow Canadians will take notice. Shane Gross, apt name, was born and raised in Vagina and now lives in the Bahamas, where he works as a dive instructor. Oh, convenient. And in 2017, Gross took a photo of a bleak situation where a long dead sea turtle was caught in a fishing line. The image won first place at the Conservation CC category of the 2019 International Ocean Underwater Photo Competition funded by George Soros. Photographers from 78 countries entered images and 85,000. So, hey, the dead sea turtle wins. Wonderful. The dead sea turtle that looks like it's screaming, right? Guys, it looks fake to me. I don't know. It looks kind of fake. It looks like it's kind of like a stuffed animal or something, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's real. Who cares, really? Right? So a turtle... I know what. A turtle gets caught in somebody's fishing line. Ban it! Ban it! Ban fishing lines. Ban fishing. Ban men. Ban men from oceans. Ban boats. Ban it all. Ban it all. Right? Some turtle died. It's a beautiful day in the ocean. We were diving. You kind of wish these guys would get tangled up in the fishing line. I'm only kidding, YouTube community. Well, kind of. It was a beautiful day out there. It's a beautiful day in the ocean. We were diving in one of our normal spots. We call it a garden. His girlfriend was leading a dive tour. Was he sure it was his girlfriend? Are you sure? Did you confirm the gender? Did you check? Anyways, his girlfriend was leading a dive tour when so they're driving around in their boats using fossil fuels to get to these areas so they can make all kinds of money. And they're putting, what are they using? Scuba tanks and all that. Hey, carbon credits, man. So anyways, she returned to the boat and was in a very emotional sight. There were tears in her eyes. There were tears in her eyes. She started telling me about the poor turtle she saw entangled in the fishing line. Oh my God, which was also entangled in the coral, and the turtles need to breathe air. So the turtle, we gotta eat the babies. We gotta eat the babies to save the turtles. Eat the babies. I mean, this is so scripted. Screw you. I don't believe a word of this story. I believe none of it. None of it. And I don't care if it's true. Who cares? It's a big goddamn world out there. It's massive. Do you know how many people there are? People are going to fish. How big are the oceans? So what? A turtle gets snared in some fishing gear. You know, but this is the way it works over and over again. It's the 8th time Gross has entered the competition, and he finally wins. Anyways, that's enough of that. It's just silly stuff. That's just your daily mind control. Now, we'll talk about the snowmobiles. So you like snowmobiles? Can't help but notice this. There's always a lot of stories. There's always people dying, right? In Quebec and in Newfoundland and stuff. There's people go on snowmobiles, right? And then people go on snowmobiles and they get wasted. And they drive really fast and they die. And it happens and they crash in the ice and whatever. And there's like 30, 40 people a year or something like that die every year in Quebec. Big deal. Who cares? I mean, seriously, who cares? People die. How many people die in automobile accidents? I don't know. David Hogg seems to think every child's going to die in a school shooting, but way more kids die in automobile accidents. And said you don't see them trying to ban cars yet. They're going to make us all into driverless cars in the near future. But this is an example of how it works. So there's been a bunch of stories dealing with this over the past week or so. Snowmobiles, right? Where insurance company Impasse puts snowmobile season on thin ice. What in Sam Hill are you doing out there? Snowmobiler finds family of 5 stuck in frozen winter. 5 family, 5 frozen. 5 fight. Fridays for fun. Put the story out on Friday, guys. It's got lots of F's in it. I mean, look at this story. What did Sam Hill? Isn't it Sam Hill? Is it Sam Hill? Okay, it's Sam Hill. I don't know it's Sam Hill. What did Sam Hill are you doing out here? Imagine that. You're freezing. The guy, what in tarnation are you doing out here? I reckon you don't belong here. And then he just drives off. Family extremely lucky to be alive after getting lost in Manitoba on their way to Toronto. I mean, the family's that dumb. Darwin Award. Just let them freeze to death. Yeah, I saw some humans back there. They're pretty dumb. They're trying to get to Toronto, but they ended up in Churchill. Yeah, it's a polar bear lunch. It's a polar bear. I mean, why not? We gotta save the polar bears. Give them, I don't know. Let them eat the babies. So here's your photograph of a guy that's conveniently covered in ice. This is Brothers Grimm. You like your stories. Here, CBC is going to provide them. Phil Waldner wasn't expecting to come across a stranded family of 5. Frozen family of 5. Frozen family of 5 when he went out on a snowmobile ride in rural Manitoba. He just went out. He said, I got to go out for a little ride. The Steinbach man, resident on a trail near Whitemouth Lake, which is nearly 130 kilometers southeast of Winnipeg. When he saw car tracks, imagine, what I wouldn't be surprised to. Like, I think the story's total bunk, and I think all the stories are bunk anyways that we covered. But imagine people followed their GPS. Like, honestly, you could see this happening. There was a story a few years back. It was so funny. It was like the GPS was messing up, and it was giving all these people the wrong directions, and there was like 200 people that ended up, like, all these cars ended up in this abandoned road somewhere in like Iowa or something. It just showed all these parked cars with these people standing around, and they're like they're following their GPS, and their GPS messed up, and everybody that was trying to get to this certain place ended up in the middle of nowhere. And the story could be bunk, but it's also, it just illustrates how stupid it is. Smart devices, dumb people. I mean, you have a smart truck, you have stupid people. The reason why the phone has to be smart is because the person's dumb. If you were smart, you wouldn't want a smartphone. You'd want a phone that just does what you want it to do. You want to be the smart one, but they're telling you that the phone is smart, right? And it's just like smart fridges and smart meters and smart everything that they're bringing in. It's smarter than you are. You're just dumb. You eat your Soylent Green. Don't worry. Don't worry. You eat your Soylent Green. You start changing your gender. Here's some gay porn for you to jerk off to. We'll take care of you. Anyways, it was 15 kilometers or 16 kilometers when I came upon a car that had broken through the ice. Imagine how stupid you would have to be too, right? They were huddled up in blankets trying to get warm, and I was asking them, what in Sam hell are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? And they said they were going to Toronto. Sounds like the typical person in Ontario, the typical sort of Mrs. Sausage family, right? Yeah, you can't say that. It's racist. Anyways, but that's interesting because, again, it's one of these, look at this, it's popular in the news. So this is your mind control. This is the first story that they want you to read. The Canadian Brainwashing Corporation, Rachel Bergen here, wants you to read this mind control first. Now, why do I bring this up? Apart from the idiocy of the story, it brings back what? Snowmobile. So this is how your mind control works. Because if they hit you, snowmobile here, snowmobile there, snowmobile everywhere, then when they say government passing snowmobile legislation and everything else here, like they are, Quebec tightens rules on venture tourism as search for snowmobilers continue. Tour operators' guides will need mandatory training and accreditation here. And Quebec announced stricter rules and mandatory training for tourism operators Thursday as crews continue to search for 5 missing French females. I was trying to put the extra F on there. 5 missing French nationals. So they're French. I guess they're Parisian French who fell through the ice while snowmobiling with a guide on Lac Saint Louis. That's a hell of a guide. There's a great guide. He took you out in the ice and you all crashed through. Guides who lead excursions on off-road vehicles, including snowmobiles and all-terrain vehicles, will have to complete a mandatory training courses before taking tourists out on excursion. The tourists themselves will also need to complete training course before being allowed to handle the vehicle. So again, the way it works is this. The nanny state taking over every element of everything that we do. So like in the old days where a father could teach a son, how to operate a tractor or how to operate a snowmobile or a dirt bike or whatever, no more. Now it's the government. Now everything needs to be accredited. Everything has to go through. It's government, government, government. So this story too, which there are allegedly 8 people or something that are they're saying 5 that are still missing, but I mean they're dead if they even exist, right? And I think 3 of them that already they got the bodies or whatever. So a bunch of people died, a bunch of tourists, and the problem reaction solution right away is to bring down and bring in all kinds of more legislation and more. There's always a solution to all these stories. So could this story be a complete Brothers Grimm story? Absolutely. It could be absolutely as real as Jack and the Beanstalk. It could be the Quebec government saying, we're going to do this. We're going to bring in more legislation. We're going to crack down on this. As I mentioned before, there's always about 30 or something, 30, 40 people that die every year in Quebec in snowmobile accidents. So this could be just another way of the government encroaching upon every element of our lives. That's why I bring up this story. So we'll move on from that here. Body recovered from Quebec's Lac Saint Jean. 4 snowmobilers still missing. So this is the rest of this story that's still unfolding, sort of thing, dealing with that. All right, so they got a story here on microgrids here, how to heat your home with less fossil fuels, and they're showing these types of things. This is going to be the future that you're going to see in your little towns, where they're going to do this everywhere. The new buildings that they're going to make, like the sewer tubes that you're going to live in. You're going to live under the sewer tubes, so that like they're going to be in a sewer tube, jerking off to gay porn, changing your gender, and you'll have a closet with maybe a few rainbow shirts in it, and a pair of socks, and you'll have a steady stock of Soylent Green, of course, and you're going to live in a sewer tube underneath these types of installations. This is what they're going to do. This is going to be the future, and they're showing this in all the movies. In fact, one of the movies that I saw recently, which was quite astonishing in terms of New World Order programming, was the film with Johnny Depp in it, and it was the film in which he basically downloads his memories into a computer. I can't remember the name of the movie. Somebody will remember it. Downloads his memories and he becomes an AI program, right? An artificial intelligence program. Elon Musk is actually in the movie. He's in the movie. And the movie, pulls the spin on you where it's like you're expecting that Johnny Depp's character, the AI program, is going to destroy transference, I think it's called, or transcendence is what it's called. And the whole story, it pulls a fast one on the audience, because the way that the even me coming into it, like the way that the trailers kind of show the story is that he becomes AI and he becomes the most powerful, intelligence in the world, and basically takes over the world and tries to depopulate or wipe out humanity or something like that. But of course, in the movie, no, it's quite the contrary. It seems like he's going this way, and all these people try to stop him. But then it turns out in the end, no, actually, he was gonna, save the trees and the whales, and help everyone transition, and take care of all the good drag kids that are out there, sort of thing. So it's interesting how Hollywood did that. So, and he had this massive a desert city that he built, and one of the things that he had was endless rows of these types of solar panels. And again, I'm not against solar panels, because I think you try, I would like to get off the grid, invest in solar panels, just because I'd like to get off their grid completely and use the power that's readily available, harness the power of the sun. Why not? Of course, right? But the reality is, in the future, it's going to be all of humanity is going to be forced. They're going to get rid of gasoline by 2030. They probably won't even allow combustible engines to function on the highways and stuff like that. So it's all coming down the pipe, and this is just an example. And as you see, what on earth here? This is part of their mind control. All right, Greta. Hey, guys, we're all coming here for Greta. I'm sure you all were. Greta Thunberg brushes off mockery from U.S. finance chief. So Steve Mnuchin, Steve Mnuchin, I wonder. Yeah, of course. Here it says he was joking when he asked if the teen climate activist was a chief economist. And here is your puppet here. I mean, I'd like to say things about Greta. I would like to really insult Greta, really insult her in every way, shape, and form. But of course, you can't do that. So I hope you understand. I wish I could. I wish I could just take off the gloves and give Greta Thunberg an old Jeff C. bitch slap. But that's the way the New World Order works. They use these children here to condition the masses. So this is just every day. There's never a day where Greta's not going to be in the news, ever. It's because that's what she is. And we'll just ask, hey, Jamie, you look that up. Greta. Right? And all over the news. Whoops. I'll put it in the news here. Greta Thunberg joins climate march on her last days in Davos. Right? Steve Mnuchin's diss at a whole world. Greta Thunberg challenges world leaders on climate debate. Uganda climate activist was cropped out of a news, butt feed news here. Interesting. And then, so again, they just do these things where they have their shills in the government that'll say things that are inflammatory, and it's just pushing the left right. So all the people that are the Greta worshippers will say, it's terrible, and diversity, and, and all that crap. And then all the people that hate Greta will all cheer along. So teen climate activist Greta Thunberg has brushed off criticism and mockery from U.S. Treasury Chief, saying Friday his comments have, of course, no effect on her and her fellow campaigners. The 17-year-old comments marked a final coda in the 4-day final. I was looking for the FFF 4-day World Economic Forum summit in Davos, Switzerland, where the major theme was tension between environmental activists who want to protect Earth and Trump administration officials and business titans who want to exploit its resources. Left, right. That's all it is. It's your fake left-right paradigm. Here are the evil white boys club who want to take everything and profit and keep the wealth and have all the cake and pie and eat it too, sort of thing. And then here are the Greta people who want to save the world and have open borders and diversity and all that crap. So more than 3,000 odd business leaders, 3,000 government officials, UN representatives, civil society representatives, and other elites on hand have found themselves somewhere along the spectrum between the positions staked out by U.S. President Donald Trump and Thunberg. The Swedish teen sat on Trump's lap Tuesday in the forum, but he did not grab her pussy. I could get in trouble for that. I could get it. I could. Bad him. Friday for fun, guys. Friday for fun. Gotta have fun. Anyways, yeah. So, it's a Brothers Grimm story. That's what it is. Why? You can't twats in it. You can't shoulder ice it. It is what it is. It's your mind control. And I'm just coming in to show you. This is the left-right game. It's played every day, and it never ends, and it never will, and it'll only get worse. Affordable legal cannabis should be a priority. I love this. This should be a priority. We got to make sure that people are morally stoned. You got to get more Canadians stoned. Get Canadians stoned as much as possible. Get as many people on dope as possible, because that takes them out of the equation. Again, I have to emphasize this. I know a lot of my listeners smoke pot. I smoke pot. I use it creatively and very sparsely, especially these days. But they want you smoking pot all the time. They want you, just like they want you changing your gender. It's just like they want you watching gay porn. Just like they want you going to extinction marches, just like they want you hooked up to Disney, just like they want you eating the Soylent Green. They want all this stuff for you, all right? When Chuck Schumer is involved in promoting the legalization of marijuana, you know it all, right? It gives you nothing. Marijuana was the most readily available sort of thing on the market before they legalized it in Canada. It was also the cheapest thing, and it was also the one thing that was never affected by, in fact, it had negative inflation. I talked about this all the time. I said buying a gram of marijuana is the same price today as it was when I was like 10 years old, basically, right? And it's like, why hasn't it changed? Well, it's because the government never controlled it. Once the government controls it, then all of a sudden everything changes. You have the pharmaceutical corporations that are growing the crops, using genetically modified, using all kinds of herbicides and pesticides with the glyphosate and whatever else in them. So you don't even know what you're smoking. They'll tell you it's such and such a blend. But also with the whole process of purchasing marijuana from the government, the government knows exactly what you're doing. The government knows everything about you, right? So you're walking in, they've got the facial recognition. They know exactly what you are, what you're buying. And they are also using DNA roadside checks for your driving. So you could be targeted. The government could give that information to police forces. You could be driving around in your car. Maybe you smoked a joint last night or something like that. And the government, the police are driving around and their cameras pick up your license plate, right? You know, because that's the way it works these days. And all of a sudden, the information comes forth. This person bought pot last week at a government depot, sort of thing. Well, let's pull this person over on suspicion of maybe being under the influence. Next thing you know, taking a DNA swab. I mean, these are the types of police state that's bringing in. People think that the government somehow gave you marijuana because 420, man. Yeah, 420, man. Because the government is cool and wants Canadians to enjoy getting high? I mean, are you born yesterday? Right? I mean, seriously. Just like I stated before, it was the most readily accessible. I could probably, get a gram of pot as easily as I get a loaf of bread. Maybe easier at times. At 3 o'clock in the morning, easier sort of thing. So, I mean, and that's before they legalized it, right? So I'm just saying that as an example. Be careful what you wish for. When the government takes control of everything, they did the same thing with alcohol, right? The government controls the sale of alcohol. So like in Quebec or Ontario, right, where they pay through the nose, especially when it comes to imported liquors and stuff like that, the government imposes all these duties on liquors. You pay through the nose. You're buying a bottle of wine that you should get for like $5 and it's costing you $20. Why? Because all that money's going to the government. Congratulations. This is where the New World Order goes. In the future, you're Soylent Green. You're going to be complaining that your Soylent Green is overpriced. You'll be like out protesting saying, we want cheaper Soylent Green. And then you'll see articles like this. Affordable Soylent Green should be a priority. And then you'll have purple-haired trannies saying, they're protesting in favor of more affordable Soylent Green. And that claiming that they're deprived of their bodies' real necessity because of their bloated sort of, their obesity. They're being deprived of what their body needs in terms of the amount of Soylent Green that they should be allocated by the government sort of thing, because that's where it's all going. So I'm just giving this as an example of how this works. Isn't it interesting that it's a hexacorp? Hexagon? What's the hexagon? Saturn, the cube? So hexacorp is producing your pot in these giant warehouses. Mason, Angers, Quebec. Interesting. Gap between what Canadians pay for legal and illicit cannabis is widening. Signs, experts say, point to the need for marijuana industry to make prices a priority this year. Right? Because the government wants to wipe out the black market, basically. Statistics said Thursday that the average price for legal cannabis increased to $10.30 per gram in between the period of October and December 2019 from $9.69 a gram from the year before. The change came as the average price for legal cannabis fell to $5.73 per gram in the fourth quarter to $6.44 gram earlier this year, and as the overall prices of cannabis rose from whatever to whatever. The agency based its conclusions on price quotes gathered by the use of Stats Canada crowdsourcing application between October the 1st and all that. The data comes as the industry is grappling with how to minimize underground cannabis market. So the industry, the corporatocracy, which is the government, the pharmaceutical corporations, the hexacorps, right? What do you need to do? The hexagon is doing it. Oh, wonderful. The same hexagon that runs the CBC? Yes, it's that hexagon. They're making your pot. I'm sure it's good for you. I'm sure Chuck Schumer approves of it. Again, this is just an example of how they want to wipe out and they want to take control. So we have to be cognizant of this, especially if you're a pot smoker. Like what I would say to folks is grow your own if you can. Grow your own. That's what I plan to do in the future. Just grow your own and import your seeds. Make sure they're non-genetically modified seeds. Try to get from a reputable sort of seed dealer and grow your own pot and bypass the government entirely. And that really should be what pot is about. Legalized pot should be, the focus should be on people being able to grow whatever the F they want. And then you're really giving the power to the people, right? Because then you're saying, okay, you can grow your own, right? You can have your own breed. Okay, so anyways, here's another story off the Canadian Brainwashing Corporation here. Holocaust survivor in famous Auschwitz liberation photo says anti-Semitism scares me. Oh, this is scare. I mean, how old are you? Miriam Ziegler was 9 years old when Russians liberated Nazi concentration camp CC-33. Holocaust survivor Miriam. Look at her here. Look at her. Looks like, invite her over for dinner. She might eat your liver. I mean, what the hell? Look at this face. Look at this face. You're gonna be on the cover of CBC. Could you smile? No, I'm not gonna smile. I'm gonna frown. I'm gonna look with disdain. The Goyim are scaring me. You know, shut it down. Here you go. So Miriam Ziegler here sees it as a call of duty. Call of duty. That's what they call your games. She's going back to the place of horror to honor HH88 to honor those that did not make it out and remind the world what unchecked hate, ban it, can do. On January 24th, the 84-year-old Canadian will stand alongside dozens of Holocaust survivors from around the world as they gather in Poland to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, CC-33. Of course, all of the 6 million. Is it really 6 million? I thought it was 6 trillion. Are you sure about that number? 66 million. Is it 66.6 million? 660 million. I don't know. I mean, I remember when it was like 1 million and then it was 1.5 million. Then it was 2 million. I don't know. Whatever. What are you going to say? What can you say? You can't say anything. She was 9 when the Russians liberated the camp, making Ziegler one of the youngest people to have survived Auschwitz. How convenient. Wonderful. Aren't we all lucky? We got lucky because she got to survive so she could scowl at us in a photo from the media, from the Canadian Brainwashing Corporation. I mean, why would you put a photo of that? Whoa, we have to wonder. Susan Bonner here. Susan Bonner. Oh, Susan Bonner. Oh, I wonder. I really do. You're not allowed to wonder. Ban it. Ban thinking. Ban everything. We get the brain chips in there soon enough. Don't worry, Susan Bonner. More than 1.1 million people were murdered at Auschwitz. The Nazi regime made it the key killing ground for its main plan to exterminate Jewish people. It was surreal to meet Ziegler in her lovely condo. Lovely. This is lovely. Let's invite her over for dinner. I mean, seriously, yeah. I'm sorry. Just look at that face. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sure she's the life of the party. I'm sure everyone can't wait for her to come to the bar mitzvah. I'm sure they're just thrilled. Oh, wonderful. Miriam's coming over. It's so bad. I'm going to leave this story. I'm going to drop this story because I'm only going to get in trouble with that. Prominent Tories turn on leadership. Hopeful who calls being gay a choice. Not a choice, guys. You just got to watch all your mind control every day. I think LGBTQ and XYZ is a liberal term, said Richard DeCarey. Tells the CBC. Wasn't this interesting? This is Rainbow Unicorn. You wonder why I call it. Why does Jeff call Canada Rainbow Unicorn Land? Well, this is the parliament. This is our government, and these are our flags. So for our 150th anniversary, we put up the gay flags. Yeah, we all got here because of the gay people. It's all the gay people that we're all descended from gay people. We're all descended from gay people and trans and lesbians. Yeah, except, none of them can have babies. Oh, well. Yeah, but there you've got the trans flag, the rainbow flags. I mean, they just couldn't get enough of it. And the Conservative Party voted to end its opposition to gay marriage in 2016. Somebody got paid off. Somebody got the message. You've got 4,500 comments about here on this. So this is going to be interesting. Maybe we'll take a look at this. This story's from the other day. I was going to cover it. I never got around to it, so I threw it in tonight. And I'll talk about this too for a second. Actually, we'll read through the article and I'll give some comments on it. Prominent Tories, including a number of Conservative leadership hopefuls, are piling on prospective candidate Richard DeCarey after he called being gay a choice. on national television. You know, it is, I guess, to a certain extent. I guess you can't help it if that's the way you are. But I think LGBTQXYZ is a liberal term, and I don't talk about people that way, said former Conservative staffer told the CTV's Power Play Wednesday night. Do you think it's a choice, or do you think it's biological? Asked host Evan Solomon. Evan Solomon in the Bullets. Yeah, Evan Solomon making his $1 billion art deals while doing his BS interviews. Evan Solomon, of course, who brought you the bullet holes from the Ottawa shooting comedy. Anyways, that's a long story. We won't go there. It's a choice, responded to Kerry. How people are behaving, it's one thing. I think the government has the responsibility to encourage the traditional value we have had for the past years. Well, I mean, you're not allowed to say that today, right? So, you know, is this him actually speaking his mind, or is he just reading his script? But really, what should the government be doing? If the government should be doing, okay, everyone needs to know this. The least amount of government is the government that Jeff sees in favor. If we could have no government, I'd be in favor of that, okay? But the government now wants to take control of every element of our lives, including the upbringing of our children. The government is financing all these initiatives to normalize, obviously, the LGBTQXYZ in all your schools and everywhere else. They're setting up these gay straight alliances. They're using the programming, the pride parades, everything else, When the Leopard Lost His Spots, Mamma Mia and Me, Kevin's Two Dads, all the books, everything is being used to program your kids. The CBC itself has 3 primetime shows dealing with drag kids. All right? So, I mean, it's pretty much a done deal what the New World Order is trying to do to your kids. So, this guy, what he's saying, you know, I would agree with that if you're going to have any government, and the government's going to make any statement on people's sexuality, the government should be encouraging families, should be encouraging people to have babies and live heterosexual monogamous relationships, because that leads to stability, that leads to structure, that leads to family, good genes, all these things, right? But instead, the government wants to destroy your children, basically. I mean, come on. Seriously? CBC? Drag kids. That's all you got to say. So here is Michelle Rempel Garner. My word. I vehemently reject this message. I will not serve under someone whose leadership pitch is someone's sexuality, something to be fixed. I'm a full-on tired of this type of SHIT. Defining the conservative movement in Canada. Giddy up. You're going to have to go through me. So Power Play, we're going to listen into this. We'll hope that we can get away with this. We're going to listen into emphasizing his SoCon values that Kerry says LGBTQ is a liberal term. Okay, here we go.
LGBTQ people are real people too. I'm just trying to figure out LGBTQ people are real people too.
I love that.
I'm just trying to
LGBTQ because pretty soon that's what you'll have to do. Pretty soon you'll have to read the alphabet 5 or 6 times, and then you'll have to add a bunch of symbols after every time you mention them, because that's how mad it is. Of course, it's a clown world.
LGBTQ people are real people too. I'm just trying to figure out your terms. Are they not?
Are they real people? No, they're not. What are they real people? Of course. No, they don't exist. Of course, that's the way they want to do it. You're saying these people aren't valid.
I think LGBTQ is a liberal term. I don't talk about people that way. I talk about persons, and I think we all need the full respect for being a human being, simply.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. He's speaking, I guess he's in Montreal. He's got the skyline behind him. He's obviously French-Canadian. I agree with that, right? It's hard not to agree. It just makes sense, right? We're all humans, right? It doesn't matter what your sexuality is. That shouldn't define you. I mean, come on, seriously? You know, like, I'm bisexual, gender queer, you know, two-spirited, hijaro, you know, I mean, like, you're mentally ill. I'm sorry. I don't really care what twisted sort of rainbow unicorn programming you're suffering from. My name's Jeff, right? I don't go around. I never do this with people. I never say, hi, I'm a heterosexual. Or, hi, my name's Jeff. I'm a heterosexual. I'm a cisgender man. And it's retarded. It's the New World Order, right? But this guy, right, if he's speaking honestly, of course, he's going to be burned at the stake for this. But it's hard not to agree with him. It's just like, human beings are humans. Throw all the bull crap aside. Anyways, we'll continue here.
Okay, so you don't think that being gay, what do you think that's a choice, or do you think it's biological?
I think it's a choice, and it's how people are behaving. It's one thing. I think government has responsibility to encourage the traditional value that.
You see, and that's it. That's the whole long and tall and short of it. And he's being roasted at stake for this. And the reality is, he said nothing wrong. Really, he said absolutely nothing wrong. He said something sane. To be honest, in honesty, this is the guy that should. I mean, of course, he's likely a shill and all that. But in honesty, this is the attitude that a mature leader should have. The mature leader should be saying, no, we're all here because of families, and whatever your sexual confusion is, that's not important. That's not who you are. We're all human beings. Nobody needs special rights. And whether you believe, what I would argue is this. I'd say the LGBTQ+WXYZ is New World Order social engineering. Not just social engineering, but bioengineering. So I believe that what they're doing to babies, what they're doing to people, all the chemicals, the estrogen mimickers, all the things that are getting that are genetically modified, all these things that are interfering with our biological reproductive system, and then the people that we're producing, the babies that we're producing, is creating with the heavy mind control, the gay cowboy movies and the rainbow unicorn sort of programming that the kids get indoctrinated with, the New World Order curriculums, sex ed curriculums, telling little girls that they could be boys and vice versa. All this is creating these people in many ways. So it's a combination of a number of factors, but he is absolutely right. Any sane sort of leader should be promoting family values, because that's how we all got here. It's that simple. The birds, the bees, the flowers, and the trees. It's that simple. We all got here because of sexual procreation. We all got here because men and women having sex together and raising families. That's it. It's the tried, tested, and true way of all of the world. It's all of nature. It's the basic balance of life. It's what gives us strength. It's what gives us, humanity and all this stuff. So it's insane, of course, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to roast this guy, and he's probably, if this was a gaffe, an honest gaffe, he's probably tanked his career. He probably will have no chance now of being the conservative leader. A number of conservatives who were expected to run for the leadership race were quick to distance themselves and the party from the Kerry stance. The Conservative Party voted to end its official opposition to gay marriage, as we said before, more than a decade after it was legalized. Being gay is not a choice, and nobody should be running for office on a platform. What do you mean? Okay, so being gay is not a choice. Well, maybe for some people it is, right? Maybe being gay in many ways, I honestly believe there would always be a small percentage of people that would go that way. And for whatever reasons, could be their upbringing, could be they didn't have a proper father or mother figure, or both kind of thing, or they were molested as a kid, or they're just a bit weird, maybe some trouble during the childbirth, whatever. Some things go wrong. It's okay though, it's fine. But the reality is, if most of the population or half the population was gay, we would be wiped out a long time ago. So it doesn't really serve a purpose other than, right, it is a form of sexual deviancy. So and again, I always have to reiterate, I'm not against gay people at all. I have no problem with gay people. The problem is the New World Order is manufacturing these people by the millions and trying to turn your kids into this. So good for this guy to come out and stand up against it. But of course, now he has no chance of ever attaining any power whatsoever. Anyways, China is building a hospital for coronavirus patients in just 6 days. How? Of course, 6 days, right? And it's so symbolic. And they have all these tractors out in Wuhan. The Chinese epicenter of the new coronavirus has affected more than 830 people and killed as many as 26 throughout China, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, Taiwan, and United States. To tackle the crisis, the city began construction of a 1,000-bed temporary hospital in the Wuhan's Kaidan district Thursday evening. Officials have said they plan to finish the project in just 6 days. And China is the one place where you could actually, they can actually do this stuff this quickly because, of course, China, communism, right? But that is interesting. The latest developments of this highly choreographed sort of outbreak, which is important to point out the pattern here. Many people sent this, thanks to Innovation for sending me this link too. The patent filed for the corona virus, which was filed in 2004, right? And here you've got disclosed herein is a new isolated human coronavirus, the causative agent of severe acute respiratory syndrome, which is SARS. Also provided are the nucleic and acid sequence and the SARS-CoV genome and the amino acids and all that crap. So they had a patent on this stuff way back when. So very interesting. Here's the China coronavirus, a visual guide. It's interesting that they've got a leopard here as symbolism, and this is off the British Brainwashing Corporation here. And you see the type of mapping that they use where they give you this fear porn sort of thing, that this thing is out of control. And then they use photos like this, showing people. But, China looks like this every day pretty much. People walk around like that all the time. But this one is interesting because my musical mind was looking at this picture when I saw it this morning. I was like, are those guitars on the ground? They look like a bunch of... but they're actually cranes, right? You look closer. Oh yeah, it's not guitars, it's cranes. But yeah, or cranes, tractors, basically. So there have been some cases elsewhere, and then they show you these maps and how it's spreading. I'm surprised they don't have Canada lit up yet. But here are the symptoms: headache, cough, sneezing, basically all the same things. Kidney failure, though. Anyways, so we'll have to see. And then again, I talked about this the other day on the podcast where I talked about the method of determining people's temperature by holding a gun up to their forehead, and how that is a form of Hegelian dialectic, police state sort of programming. The new coronavirus in China may have junked people from snakes. The snake symbolism, of course, which the serpent, Satan, of course. Not surprising that this whole thing has come. I don't know how far they'll take this one, but we'll have to keep an eye on it, right? I would just urge people to stock up on the bone broth. You know how much colloidal silver Alex Jones made during the Ebola psyop? I'll have to find some of my videos that I did exposing Alex Jones during that fiasco. You wouldn't believe the fear porn that Alex Jones had put out when that particular thing happened. It was astonishing. He had hundreds of videos, including videos that had headlines like Ebola, the end of the world as we know it, Ebola spreading throughout the United States, 49 states with people with Ebola, government covering up the massive Ebola outbreak. They even had a segment where they addressed my videos, Alex Jones and his quack doctor, his fake doctor there that he has, and they were talking about my videos. And they're like, this guy's claiming the whole thing's a psyop, and they're using crisis actors to fake the whole thing, and they're using this green programming. And Alex Jones is like, yeah, they're using crisis actors, but they're using it to cover up how prevalent the disease is, and it's breaking out everywhere. So buy her a colloidal silver, and it was just hilarious. But yeah, I'll see if I can find any of those. Probably not. They're probably long gone, but very interesting. Anyway, so the snake symbolism. Thanks again for Innovation for that. Here you've got the London. We use the facial recognition cameras to police the city. This is just no surprise. Of course, it's London. London is 1984 on steroids to the nth degree. As I said in the sort of intro to the whole show, I basically said that, the current London, 2020 London makes 1984 look like a romance, a wonderful sort of romance fantasy novel, because of how Orwellian the surveillance has become, to the point. Like, I showed this years ago where the head of the Scotland Yard, who happened to be knighted, by the way, called for all homes to have CCTV cameras installed in the homes. This is what the head of Scotland Yard wanted. The fact that the Scotland Yard and London itself, or the British government, would enable this type of stuff is just a sign of everything to come. It's already happening, already in your cities. It's already in New York City, for instance, has facial recognition cameras everywhere. They're setting them up everywhere. It's extremely egregious assault on all privacy laws. It's an assault on everything. And to couple this, I should talk about something for a second here. I'm going to have to find what I want to show here. I believe if I look in trending, I will, because I can't remember the term here, and probably somebody in the chat will know. So if I can't find it, I'll ask somebody in the chat. But what I'm looking for is where they're able to imprint somebody's face on. Actually, I know what to look for. So I'll put, for instance, YouTube's been suggesting this video over and over again. So I'll put Jim Carrey. Whoop, I got my fingers on the wrong part here. Jim Carrey Shining. All right, so we'll put Shining here. So these are the deep fake. So it's the deep fake technology, which they're using now they've been using it in the porn videos. I think it's the porn where a lot of it started. And now it's all over YouTube. I'll just put in the deep fake thing. As you see here, an example is digitally removing or replacing Jack Nicholson's face with Jim Carrey's and doing it perfectly so that you can't see the difference. So this is the whole deep fake thing. You know, deep fake funny and deep fake videos, and you've got these clowns, right? It's getting harder to spot deep fake videos. Bloomberg, right? And they've been doing this for a long time with the Star Wars too, where they do the stuff with Princess Leia, who's deceased, or so they say, and with Peter Cushing and all that. That's all part of this whole psyop in many ways. So this deep fake technology now is being unleashed massively. And this is what's extremely dangerous with the facial ID and the facial recognition. The government now has the power to easily transfer your face onto anybody's body, basically. So they can frame anyone now. If they want to get rid of people, they can do this. And so this is why, one of the reasons why, this story here is very troubling. Because having the facial recognition technology ubiquitous in your society, which is what they want you to accept. Again, this is, in my opinion, it's got to be highly unconstitutional. It's got to break every privacy law that exists. That the government can know everywhere you are, everything that you do. They can trace every step that you can take. They can already trace you with your smartphone, obviously, right? But how long before there is absolutely no privacy whatsoever? They can look through your walls. They can see what you're doing at any point in time. They can use their satellites. They can use their drones. They can use all their different tech. But they're not satisfied with that. So London's Metropolitan Police has announced controversial plans to use live facial recognition technology to improve officers' ability to identify suspects and police the British capital, the police state. Let's just be honest and call a spade a spade. It's a police state. Anybody from London who's in favor of gun control is an absolute moron, because you see what's going on in your state. And this is, next it's London, next it's Toronto, if it isn't already, Montreal. Like, our cities are getting these things lickety split. They're getting them real quick. I talked about this years back. I said, watch how they'll phase in all the facial recognition. Watch how it's all going to just start popping up here and there. And sure enough, it started popping up in malls. Next thing you know, it's at all the airports. When the Chinese thing came out, people may remember this. They may not remember this. They may remember this. But when the Chinese airports announced that they had used facial recognition, or they're using facial recognition, I said, already all your airports are using them. It's already in your stadiums. It's already, all your pro sports are using them. I said, it's already all over the place. New York City's installing them. And then not 6 months after that Chinese story, I would say it's even like 4 months after, they basically came out and admitted that every major airport in the United States has facial recognition technology already employed. So it's already a fait accompli in many ways. So this is the world that we're moving in. The world where we're moving is, there's no privacy, folks. I don't know why anybody could be okay with this. I don't know how. I mean, people are so dumb. That's the problem. But if you think it's okay for the government to track, not just the government, but foreign governments, espionage agencies and whatnot, to track every move that you make, every breath that you take, every step that you make. I mean, it's interesting. The police, always think about Sting and the Police and all their symbolism, but that song, Every Breath You Take, what an awful song, you know, and you think about it, and what did he really mean about that song? Because if he was stalking a girl, that's creepy enough, but really, they are the police. The police, every breath you take, every step you make, I'll be watching you. Well, it's the police state, the New World Order. And they're making it happen lickety-split. And this is really, really bad for all of us. This is really, there's no win. The police love it because the police hate to do work, right? Where's the police work going to be done? And then how easy is it going to be to deep fake anybody, right? Oh, somebody held up a bank. Let's put Jeff C's face on the guy and claim it's him, right? Because we want to get rid of this guy. How easy is it for them to do that? They can do it anytime. So we are living in a world where we're seeing all of this just being, all their rights being wiped away, like just wave after wave hitting and taking away every right that we have. It's very, very scary, folks. I don't know how to emphasize this enough, but this is extremely dangerous, what's going on. Like, we are in a brave new world of the worst ways, sort of thing. So the Met said in a statement on Friday the technology will be deployed in places where data indicates people responsible for serious violent crimes such as gun and knife attacks and child exploitation are most likely to be located. Whatever. Clearly marked cameras will be focused on small targeted areas to scan people's faces as they walk by. I can't believe you're going to allow this to happen. I mean, it's one thing for them to do it and not tell you, but it's another thing for them to actually come out and tell you, and people are okay with this. This is just out of this world. As a modern police force, I believe that we have the duty to use new technologies to keep people safe in London, says Nick F. Grave. Interesting name, F. Grave. Said in a statement. We are using the tried and tested technology. Similar technology is already widely used across the UK in the private sector. The corporatocracy. The technology, which is made by Japanese company NEC, is a standalone system not linked to any other imaging system, such as closed-circuit television, body-worn video, or automatic plate recognition. Again, what I said before about, buying the weed, and like say you make a purchase of weed, and the government instantly knows this because you bought it from one of their dispensaries, and then the police instantly know when you're driving that you have purchased weed because they get your license plate and they know the government supplies that information. Their computer database has that information in it. So you see the slippery slope that we're in, where every day the police world encroaches upon our freedoms. The police are supposed to be there to serve us, not to terrorize us, right? Ostensibly, you would think that these things, if they are put in place, are for our safety, but they're not really for our safety. They're for our control. This is to control the herd, 110%. And this is going to absolutely destroy privacy, and it will not exist. It already has been wiped out. I said in 2019 in my video, I did several videos on privacy, but I said it was done. It was over. There's no more privacy. The new kids with the selfie and all the LGBT sort of narcissistic programming are brought up to put their face on social media umpteen times a day, to constantly be doing the selfies without any sort of idea of what all of that is really about. So it's a pretty serious thing. The decision follows an October investigation into live facial recognition technology by the UK's Information Commission Office, which raised serious concerns over privacy and its accuracy. It flagged evidence that the technology discriminates against discriminates against women and people of color. It's just unbelievable. It throws some more agendas in. And the issue that's been documented by the federal researchers in the United States, where several cities have banned the use of technology. Every city should ban the use of this shit. Every city should come out and ban this. There's no doubt about it, folks. Moving too quickly to deploy technologies that can be overly invasive in people's lawful daily lives risk damaging trust not only in the technology but in the fundamental model of policing by consent, said Elizabeth Denham, the UK's information commissioner, said at the time. In the United States and some California cities, including San Francisco and Oakland, as well as Somerville, Massachusetts, have decided the risk of facial recognition technology outweigh the benefits and banned its use by city departments. And India, on the other hand, has used the technology to find missing children. The thick of the children. Oh, friggin' hell. Oh. We're so effed. We're so effed. It's so bad. This is so bad. This is really, really bad. Anyways, so New World Order marches on. Virginia Senate passes red flag law over fierce opposition. Of course, Richmond, the Virginia Senate approved legislation Wednesday that would allow authorities to take guns away from people deemed dangerous to themselves or others. By who? As the state moves closer to joining a growing number of states enacting so-called red flag gun laws, which are beyond unconstitutional. Now, these things need to go to the Supreme Court. That's why it's always adamantly important who actually is in the Supreme Court, because they'll have the final say. But this is what needs to happen. This stuff needs to go to the Supreme Court, and it needs to be struck down. The red flags laws need to be deemed properly as highly unconstitutional and against the Second Amendment of the American Constitution. And that's all. And there can be no compromise, shall not be infringed. But this is where we're at. Of course, it's the Democratic-led Senate that voted for this bill, despite the fierce resistance from Republican lawmakers. GOP Senator Amanda Chase Bank, called supporters of this legislation traitors and said that the proposed law would embolden criminals and hurt law-abiding citizens. Of course, that's what they want. Democrats said the bill could help prevent mass shootings. Yeah. Funny about those things, isn't it? It says similar laws have worked well in 17 other states. I'm sure they have. Democrats said the bill had already been carefully crafted to preserve due process and protect individual rights. Balderdash. Anyways, there you go. So that's already happened. Now, I'm not far away from getting with the chat, so hang in there, folks, if you're waiting to get my attention. I just want to show you a few stories off the BBC here, because I saw some crazy stuff here dealing with this. Interesting that you've got subdued New Year holiday, China battles virus, and you've got Disney here in the background. What the hell? WTF. Now, whether that's I guess that's a Chinese Disneyland or Disney World or something that they have in China. I'm assuming, but you see the castle back here. So what could this be coding? Are we going to see something involving Disney? Of course, Disney is the New World Order. So yeah, very interesting. Now the stories I wanted to look at here, just at some of the headlines here. Coronavirus sparks anxiety among Chinese overseas, and they're showing the rat, of course, because it is the year of the rat. Why is that significant? And I mentioned this, I talked about this in the last show I did yesterday, where I said it's the year of the rat, right? You know that, right? It's the year of the rat. Why? The Chinese New Year, they have 12 different animals that represent each year. Every 12 years is a cycle. So this is the year of the rat. Why that's important is because rats have always played a big part in plagues. Like rats are symbolic with the bubonic plague, for instance, right? That rats, because of being urban sort of pest, right? That are able to thrive and survive in sewers and poor districts and urban areas, they spread disease really well. So to me, that's not a coinkydink sort of thing. So it's interesting that the BBC is showing the rat sort of symbolism here. What's life like in quarantine Wuhan? Well, coming to a world, your town probably, if they have their way, or if this is the big one that they're bringing. What are viruses and how do they spread? How can China build a hospital so quickly? We looked at that. And then we got Dan Aykroyd, from battling spirits to selling them. This guy is a Satanist. I mean, Dan Aykroyd comes from Second City, of course. Saturday Night Live. I wonder who runs Saturday Night Live. His movie Ghostbusters, which is a very hilarious movie, but it really is all about Satanism, right? His family's obsessed with Satanism. He's also somebody that pushes the whole crystal skull alien nonsense, the David Wilcock crap. Now he's selling spirits, so the spirits that he sells here, I'll just show you this quickly here. If they've got it, yeah, it's the crystal skull here. Now, Joe Rogenstein brought him on the show, and he did a whole massive exposition. I mean, the whole show was basically an ad for his spirits. Like, they just kept going on and on and on and on about everything. So they want you drinking, they want you stoned, they want you messed up. This guy's this New World Order scumbag. That's all you need to say. Now, can a brain implant treat alcohol abuse? See how these stories are so interesting? They're so telling, like, about what's to come. So a brain implant, brain chips for alcohol, brain chips for depression, brain chips for Asperger's, brain chips for this, brain chips for that. Bring in the brain chips. Pay attention to the narratives and how it's all unfolding. Absolutely, it's unfolding. Frozen kitties rescued from worn coffee. It's just idiocy. Australia artist draws 120 m koala on Australia beach. Whatever, 120 meter koala, of course. And football fans experience dangerous levels of stress. Your mind control is designed to do that. Sports is your mind control. Sports is probably affects, I wouldn't know this, like, but when it terms, I would imagine it's the same area as gambling and cocaine and all that. Because people that get addicted, I've been addicted to sports too, because I grew up in Montreal with the Montreal Canadiens and all that, right? So, you know, I was somebody that played all the sports and watched a lot of the sports and went to a ton of games, expos, Montreal Canadiens and all that stuff. But I have weaned myself off pro sports completely because I still catch the occasional hockey game sort of thing, but I know that sports is New World Order, toxic New World Order programming. So I really can't urge people enough to just give it up. It's interesting. Dangerous levels of stress. I imagine people that watch, I imagine if you did a study, people that watch Game of Thrones experience dangerous levels of stress. I would imagine that. I would imagine that most of your mind control causes all kinds of stress. I imagine that's the purpose of it. So, anyways, is there anything else I have to discuss before I get to the good people in the chat? What can you use instead of Google and Facebook? Interesting, eh? What can you use? What else is there? Oprah Book Club pick shredded Latino backlash. This is the creature here. This is the Finnish version of what's her name there. The woman with the bulge in New Zealand here. Carbon neutral in 15 years. One country's ambitious plan here. With this creature here, who is like the youngest elected sort of prime minister in the world. And you see the big stories here. The big story off the BBC is Sanders and Rogan, which we discussed. Trump making history at anti-abortion rally. I should talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that before I get to the chat. Hang in there, folks. The pro-life or March for Life. So we'll just look that up because it doesn't seem to be trending anymore. But I just want to point this out. March for Life. Okay, so that was one of the big things that was trending today. And of course, Trump was part of this. I believe that all people, whatever he's saying here, to all the moms today, we celebrate you. We declare that mothers are heroes. Your strength, devotion, and drive is what powers our nation. I agree with that, right? This is how Trump works to play to the right side of the left-right sort of paradigm. he does say some things that make perfect sense. And so a lot of people can get behind it because, yeah, he's standing up for moms. I mean, this is what we want all the time, right? We should have Mother's Day parades and moms should band against feminism. There should be a whole moms hate feminism movement, right? That all these women stand up and call out the feminists and the New World Order and all the programming that they're doing. So you agree with him. But think about this. March for Life is the big trending term. But what's one of their big ones here? What's another one? Let's just try this one out there. March for Life. You see how that works? Okay, so I want to show you that. Now I want to show you the antithesis of how the left-right game works. March for Our Lives. You see how it plays? This is the left-right game. So March for Our Life is this pseudo sort of anti-abortion, pro-babies, pro-mother sort of thing. March for Our Lives is the gun control. And it's think of the irony. Well, it's not. I mean, it's all done on purpose, as above, so below sort of thing, where you have the children that are marching to destroy the constitutional rights of their parents and their ancestors that fought, died, bled for, basically, right? So March for Our Lives is the flip, is the inverse of March for Life. And this is how the left-right game works. It's always there. They always have two sides to everything. That's how they control us. So I think that's it. Is there anything else? GM and Honda unveil self-driving car with no steering wheel and pedals here, which is the future. Smart cars for stupid people. Pretty soon, the people themselves will not be able to walk because they'll be too stupid. And then again, what will happen is people in the future will demand that the government does the walking for them because they're too big to be able to move, and they want the government to provide the vehicles to get them to the smart cars. So in the future, the government will provide you with the solar-powered sort of Fatmobiles that will bring you to these things, and you'll get inside these, and these things will hook you up right away and help change your gender for whatever you want for that particular day. GM and Honda automakers with more than 160 years of experience between them have thrown tradition out of the window by unveiling Origin. So it's Origin, isn't that interesting? A new self-driving vehicle, the 6-seat, interesting vehicle, has no steering wheel, brake, or accelerator pads. Wonderful. Wonderful. I always thought about that with the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mentioned it the other day, which was the Mars one there, Total Recall. And then, this is a Johnny cab. And then when he's like, drive, where do you want me to drive? And it's like, anywhere, just go. Jeez. And then he rips... he's Arnold, right? He rips the frickin' Johnny Cab guy out, and at least he's able to drive the thing. I believe in the Tom Hanks, another predictive program, the Steven Spielberg movie, Minority Report, he was able to get inside the automatic cars, and he was able to drive, I think, to a certain extent. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. But, now these things are not going to have, there's going to be no steering wheel, no brake, no accelerator pedals, no windshield wipers or rear view mirror or nothing. So this is the future. This is the future now. So they're making these cars now. What are the cars going to be like by 2030? Right? So look where it's going. So they are going to take control of every element of our lives, basically. And I like driving. I'm like one of these people, like, I honestly believe in a different life. I was like a Formula One racer or something like that. I really like driving. Like, I enjoy it. And they're going to ban that. You're going to ban that. They're going to ban it. They're banning hate. They're going to ban bossy. They're going to ban everything. Everything's going to be banned. So unless you're a black lesbian tranny, you're going to be in trouble in the future. But anyways, there you go. So very interesting how that's all unfolding. And I think it behooves us all to pay attention to the tech. The nerds are going to destroy us all, it seems. The Bill Gates of the world are hell-bent in destroying our world and programming the masses. So I guess that wraps up the whole part of the show. I had one more story. I'm not going to get into the neo-Nazi bull crap here with the fake characters that they do. It's a Brothers Grimm story, but it fits the narrative. Oh, one more story I'll do. Sorry, folks. I wanted to do this one. And I take the bone broth before I do. Look at this. Do you recognize country music? Does country music recognize its roots? We speak to most African American country music singer about the lack of diversity in the genre. The lack of diversity, just like the diversity in the NHL. So I show you with that. I'll put NHL. Jamie, look that up. NHL, and I'll put diversity, right? And NHL Seattle putting a premium on diversity, just how it's all going, right? Everything has to be changed. Hockey is for everyone. NHL.com. Who runs the NHL Hockey League? I don't know. The commissioner is named Gary Bettman. He comes from Daniel Stern and co. from the NBA. Hockey is for everyone, with the pride and the ambassadors now who are black men for a white man sport. Sorry, it's a white man sport. I don't care. I mean, look, basketball was made by a white Canadian, but it's a black sport, all right? I don't care who made the sport. It's a black sport, in my opinion, because blacks are by far the best at it. They've embraced it as their own culture. So I'm happy to say that's a black sport. Ice hockey's a white sport. Who cares, right? Who cares? It's a bunch of Canadians. Watch Slapshot. If you guys out there, anybody that's listening to this, you want to watch an amazing film that doesn't have all these issues, doesn't have all these agendas, and is just funny as can possibly be, watch the 1970s film called Slapshot with Paul Newman. And it's just so perfect. It's all just a bunch of Canadians. Everyone's from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and stuff like that. It's just a bunch of Canadians, right? This is what it is. It's a Canadian game. It's white. Get over it. But of course, New World Order. The New World Order wants to, look at this, black hockey history, girls, women in hockey. The NHL is featuring women in a game. So the All-Star game here, which nobody watches because it's just awful, and none of the players really want to go. The players would much rather be at Club Med or something on a beach in, Veradero or something like that than at some stupid frickin' fake hockey game where they got to play, and do their hair and all that stuff. So the NHL has their hockey. I'll just show you this for folks that are wondering here. And we'll just put NHL All-Star Women. And they got a women's game. We've got to keep going. Women's stars hope NHL platform makes waves. Women get the spotlight, but no prize money. NHL event, New York Times, CBC. What to watch for an elite women 3-on-3 All-Star weekend. So I just want to show you how this works. Like, nobody gives two shits about women's hockey. Sorry, nobody should care about pro sports, period. Nobody should support pro sports. Everyone should forever boycott professional sports. Absolutely. If you're going to watch it, stream it, never give them a red cent. How about that? That's what I do. So if everybody did that, you'd starve these monsters and they wouldn't be able to use these sports to program people. I don't care about these athletes. Hockey is anybody that's in Canadian right now. If you're in Rainbow Unicorn Land, you're in Quebec, or you're in Ontario or Manitoba, or wherever you might be listening to this, right? British Columbia, where we have listeners right across, maybe Newfoundland. You must know this. Hockey's elitist now. When I was a kid, it was like $200 to play hockey for the season, right? Most families could afford it. You could get equipment secondhand. The equipment wasn't super expensive. Now it costs like $9,000 or $10,000 for one. So only the rich can afford to put their kids in hockey. Hockey is a complete elitist sport now. The players were much better in the past. That's why players like Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux and Mike Bossy and Guy Lafleur would be getting 400 points or 300 points in today's NHL because they're that much better, because what kids used to do back then is they just play hockey all the time. That's all they did. There was no, they would, Guy Lafleur, he'd get up in the morning, go to the hockey rink at 4 o'clock in the morning, skate for 3 hours, go to school, come back home, play hockey. That's all they did. They just played hockey all the time. They were sickly good. Now it's an elitist sport. Very few kids are able to play it because very few families can afford it. It's all elite. Now you got the female hockey coming in here. The female hockey, all right? And they want equal pay, and they want equal this, and they want people to watch, and they push it relentlessly everywhere. Every time NHL's Ron McLean is on, he's pushing the female hockey. Now, the truth is, you take the world's best female hockey players, put them up against a bunch of 14-year-old boys, and they would get their ass whipped. That's the truth. So the product is anywhere near the men, and nor should it be, and nor will it be. And women should not want to be men. Hockey is a man's game. That's really the truth of it. Women should go into figure skating. That's my belief. Oh, I guess I need to be arrested. Okay, arrest me, right? Charge me for hate. This is how it works. The New World Order is turning women into men and then turning them into militant lesbian dykes. And they want militant lesbian dykes to play men's games and demand men's pay and stop being mothers and stop living traditional lives, working in glass towers, yada, yada, yada. And this is just how it works. It never ends. It's always... about the women need the exact same as the men. We need their own league, and they need to get the same pay, and we need to force everybody to watch it, and we need to stuff them everywhere we can. This is all about your New World Order taking over all your pro sports. Your pro sports are monsters now. Back in the day, the pro sports guys lived in a neighborhood, right? Like, you'd live next to hockey players. Now they're making millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars. There's no longer any connection to the community. Your baseball players, your pro basketball players, they're making hundreds of millions of dollars. They're not even on the same planet as you, right? So you don't have any connection to these people, and you're paying for them. Everyone's paying for them. Also, need I remind people in Rainbow Unicorn Land, the average price to a ticket to the Toronto Maple Leafs, who haven't won a Stanley Cup since, they've got black and white photos of the last one that they won, is $336. $336 for one ticket. Are you freaking shitting me? So thanks a lot. Since Gary Bettman took over the league, he's destroyed the Canadian game. He's turned it into he's put up teams in the desert in the United States. Since Gary Bettman took over the league, not one Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup. The last team to win a cup in Canada was in 1993 with the Montreal Canadiens, right? And this is all by design. And what are they doing? Now the owners are all billionaires. The players are all hundreds of million, worth dozens of millions. And the fans are, we can't even afford to go. Right? First and foremost, the real fans go to watch the Toronto Maple Leafs. There's nobody in the lower bowl when the first period's on because it's all corporations that control the tickets. The whole thing is elitist, right? And it's all being used to push all of their agendas. And they're telling us that hockey's too white and we need a culture change, CC33. Right? Oh, hockey, it's all white people all the time. White people this, white people that. Ron McLean, Don Cherry gets fired. All this crap over and over. All these white boys club coaches fired. It's a bunch of white people that made the sport. It's from a white country. Who cares? Anyways, gets me so angry because, I used to enjoy watching ice hockey. I more enjoy playing it, but everyone needs to abandon pro sports completely. And this is just another example where it's like reclaiming country music. And now the country music stars are gay black guys, right? And it's like it's too white. Well, it's mostly white people that listen to it. It's white music. What are you going to do? But now they're going to try and convince you, oh, it's really black people, that it's all behind it. And we have to get back to what it was. They can't leave anything alone. Everything they have to infest with their venom, with their poison. They have to take everything that we have and they have to destroy it. That's what they do. So I would be 100 times happier if we had the NHL that we had back in the 1980s before, a certain group took it over, and it was just a bunch of Canadian teams and some American teams, and it was a smaller sport. It didn't compete with any of the other ones, and who cares? It's our sport. It's not the corporation sport, right? It's not the corporatocracy. It's not the New World Order sport. Now it is. So pro sports is cancer. That's all. That's the long, tall, and short of it. Just like your popular music is cancer. All your pop culture, cancer. It's cancer. That's it. Because everything has to have the agendas. Everything has to. They have to take everything that we might have loved and cherished at some point and turn it. Just like I started off. This is a good way to end the whole segment. is when I started off the podcast talking about Terminator, and I said the only Terminator that's worth its weight in salt is the first one, the original one. And what was the theme of the Terminator? It was love conquers. It was man and a woman having sex beats the AI, procreating, making babies, right? Look at what Terminator is today. Terminator now is, militant frickin' cyber dykes from the future, right? Being sent back in time to frickin' protect little Mexican girls so they can get across the border. It's just insane what they're doing with their entertainment. It's nothing is entertainment anymore. It's all New World Order. All of it. So please, if you're listening to this out there, I highly encourage you to turn your back on all pop culture. That means movies, music, sports. It means it all. Make your own culture. Support local theater. Support local musicians. Support local artists. Support local athletes. Right? Go watch just regular hockey in your neighborhood. Don't watch this crap because it's all being used as a weapon to destroy us. There you go. That's my rant on the whole thing, and I'm so sick of it. I'm so disgusted with what they've done to the whole thing. I mean, look at this crap. They got the women, they got the kid on the frickin' disabled, and then they got the biracial thing, and then they got the the handicapped or the mentally handicapped people, and it's like, yeah, whatever, man. Whatever just happened to the good old hockey game is the best game you can name. I mean, like, whatever happened to, there was no politics in hockey. It was just a hockey game. That's why I say to folks out there, you want to watch a good movie? Go watch Slapshot with Paul Newman. Go check it out before they completely destroyed everything. Anyways, so there you go. Look at this. They're all wearing the rainbow. And isn't that interesting? It's the New Jersey Devils. I wonder who owns that team. I wonder who owns that franchise. The New Jersey Devils? I wonder why they call themselves Devils. Oh, you wouldn't say it. The Devils just happen to be using rainbow unicorn symbolism, right? It's just how it works. And look at this. Hockey is for everyone. You can play. You can play too. Love has no age. Rise. Love is love. USA Hockey. Canada. There you go. So anyways, there you go. I'm done with that. I'm going to switch to the chat. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you can bear through my rants and understand my anger about what's going on. Thanks for everyone watching. Hope you're all doing well. We've got 197 people watching here. What is up, good people? Are you having a good evening? Are you, if you got the bone broth working? Man, you hit it on the head. Record this. Epic rant by Jeff. Thanks, Johnny Dingo. I appreciate that. I like to rant sometimes. It makes me feel better. It's good to get it out, Cabin in the Mountains. Viti's got it down. That's the way to go. Honestly. Hi, Imagine. Nice to see you. Mad Bear Pig, everyone. Backup channel. All you guys. Hope you're all doing well. Thanks, Freedom. Hey, Quantum, everyone. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, like, make our own culture. That's the turn your back on the mind control and form your own. Like, I'm telling you, like, for instance, I said this about comedians. I live in Montreal. We have good Just for Laughs. I've seen a number of the galas. I've seen a bunch of these guys. Nobody in my life is more funny than my friends. Like, they are 1,000,000 times funnier than any comedian. 1,000,000 times funnier than, Seinfeld or any of these guys, without a doubt. And everybody knows this. It's the people in your real life that are the best. The people in your family, your friends, they're way funnier. That's your best entertainment. That's what they don't want us to do. They don't want us to have each other. They don't want us to have real communities and real friendship and real families and all these things. They want us to be hooked up to their mind control endlessly, constantly divided, constantly being triggered and programmed and all this. So yeah. Hi, Tears. Hey, Brumford. Really digging the more frequent screams. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Hi, Paranoia. Thanks for your work. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate that. I'm my funniest friend. There you go. Maybe you are, right? Like, I'm pretty funny, but I would admit that some of my friends are even funnier than me, right? So, that's one of the reasons I have such a good sense of humor, is because I had so many great friends growing up. And what did we do? Like, I used to hang out with friends all the time. I had so many, right? And we used to hang out all the time. We just make each other laugh endlessly. We'd do impersonations. We'd, just tell stories. We'd We just do things, right? This is what's so necessary, because like so much of what we do is their world. It's like so much of, that's what I'm hoping with this show, right? Doing this. I mean, we've got a chance here. We got a bunch of people come together. So much of what we do is just their orchestrations. Even like being on Twitter or social media, you're reacting to everything. It's like say all the podcasts that might sit around reacting to Trump, right? Whatever Trump's latest thing is, pushing the left-right divide and all that. You're in their world. You're doing exactly what they want you to do. If you're going to their hockey, you're going to their baseball, you're going to their soccer, whatever it is, they controlled it. And you're just feeding the beast, and you're just partaking in their rituals and their programming. So the real hope that I have for people out there is that we embrace communities and we reject all this stuff. I mean, take a page out of the Amish. I don't know. I don't know how honest the Amish are these days, but I'll just say for an example that people that reject tech for whatever reasons, religious reasons could be one of them, sort of thing. I'm not saying you necessarily have to reject tech outright, because I think it's a double-edged sword and it could be used for good and bad. The thing is that most of the tech that is being employed and used, and most of the tech that they provide for us, just like the social media, is there to destroy us. And it's there to program us, and it's there to divide and conquer us, and it's there to addict us and, program us into degeneracy and take us off the right path and just, constantly. And the addiction thing is a big thing too. All the makers, the interesting thing about the people that make Facebook and they make YouTube and all that, they don't let their children use these platforms, right? Because they know that the addiction, that's what it's designed, right? They know, like from Facebook, for instance, the people that made Facebook, which really is DARPA, but the Facebook was designed for social media addiction. It was designed to addict people. It was designed to release endorphins in the brain. It was all just like You've Got Mail, AOL Online, all of that was designed to addict people. So your entertainment is designed to addict you. Many of the stories in sports is fake. Many of them are completely concocted. I talked about a lot of them over the last while, including Austin Matthews and all that whole shenanigan. I think they constantly concoct these stories just to insert drama and push agendas. So I think that the problem is that, like, I like sports because I like competition. I like to see the best in the world play because I like to be inspired, right? It's like watching a really amazing athlete, a basketball player, something like Kawhi Leonard or something like that, do something. Interesting. I say this about Kawhi Leonard. I'll just throw this in. The guy never does social media. It's very interesting. I don't know, maybe he's really smart, but he never does social media. I think he has a Twitter account. He's posted like once on it or something like that. He just doesn't do social media. A really smart athlete would not do that. But athletes are not allowed to have their own mind. Like, they can't speak their own mind. They have to be a part of the Borg. They all have to say the same thing. And they pride themselves, like in the NHL, as being, good old Canadian boys, right? Because they always speak politically correctly on everything, because they've been drilled from a very early age to be in front of a camera and to never rock the boat or never say things. And it's so dull, and then everyone's so refreshed when there's like a Charles Barkley type character. There's somebody that comes along that actually speaks their mind. But the reality is pro sports just produces drones, right? It just produces, and then produces again. Most of these guys get brought into the club, right? We saw with Dwayne Wade recently and his kid, right? Zion, and then you got Zion Williamson. It just goes on. Anyways, so yeah. Have come to the conclusion to grow my own food. Good for you. I agree with that. I hear you. Yeah, pretty soon. Jeff Rumford says, when McGregor threw the chair at the bus with 1 billion photographers around him. Yeah. Family is more important. That could be, you're right, that could be totally staged as well. Although somebody did get injured with that, but, they could be orchestrated. Family is more important than politics, nations, and culture. Put your family first and your life will be amazing. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Right? You should be bringing up your family, warning them about all of this, saying movies are evil. You should be telling your kids Star Wars is the New World Order. You absolutely should. Your kids shouldn't be watching anything, right? If only our parents knew. Like, my parents didn't know, right? And so, and it just passes on. Each generation grows up with their mind control. So the reality is all of us would be infinitely better in our own communities, just, supporting each other and pushing good values, family, mothering, fathering, parenting, achieving things. Also, so much of what we do, like, think of the enjoyment that you get from like either playing a video game or watching a movie as compared to the enjoyment you get with being with friends and having laughs and going out and having a good time, and especially going out in nature, going for a hike or something like that, or having a barbecue. Like, you can't compare. There's no comparison, really. Right? It's not that you can't have a good time going to a sports event or something like that, but you go to a sports event, you're going to have the facial recognition, you're going to have the LGBT, you're going to have the programming, the masses, the fake food, the agendas, everything thrown at you, right? So it's like in going to the Bell Center here in Montreal. They have the giant jumbotron. Like, everybody just stares at it. Even the players and the coaches stare at it. Everyone stares at it because it's so bloody big. There are like 4 massive screens that go around. The whole thing is screens all around you. So whenever the play stops, everyone looks at the scoreboard, or the scoreboard. I mean, and if it was just the old scoreboard, if it was the old, light bright type, the pixelated sort of, that's the way it should have been always, just with the organ lady, right? You have the organ lady and you have the frickin', that's the way it should be. Like, really, you should preserve the heritage of the sport. It should be like, this sport was perfect 100 years ago. It was perfect 100 years ago. Okay, maybe the equipment changes a little bit, more tech and all that, but really, we lose everything. And then we think about it. Well, people used to go to the hockey game, say in the 1950s, to go watch the Montreal Canadiens at the Forum. There's no televisions. There's no giant jumbotrons. There's no real advertisements because it's just the hockey game. So you're paying $5 or something, which may be $10, $15 today. Say you're paying $15 compared to today to go in and see this game. Most people are dressed up in suits, right? They're going to the game. They're into the game. There's nothing else going on. There's no politics, unless, of course, the war is going on. They're bringing out soldiers. There's no politics. There's no movies being advertised. There's no beer being rammed in your face everywhere you turn. There's no Hollywood movies being pimped. There's no, theatrics. There's no cancer victims. There's no, we got to remember this person or that person, or we got to be more diverse, and here we're going to bring out the diverse people. There's none of that crap. And it's just a hockey game. And then if it was that, I would be there every night because I'd be like, yeah, damn, hockey's amazing. But it's not. It's their world. And that's why. So I'm glad to see people agree that, pro sports is cancer. So like-minded individuals are hard to come by. Yeah, it is. It's true. I mean, you find some here, that's for sure. Strangers in Fiction used to have so many videos, but got taken down. Always looking for more like it. Yeah, he's a great guy. I think STF also has to be careful because he's got a big channel, right? He's got like over 500,000 subs, and you don't want to. It'd be a real blow to the truth movement, like a huge blow, if he lost his channel, because he can reach a lot of people. So he's an important person for sure. And that's one of the things that he does that is very unselfish, where he shares videos like mine, for instance, because a lot of people would discover me through a channel like that. So shout out to Stranger Than Fiction. You can still watch their programming with eyes to see it. It doesn't work on people who see their lies and subvert. Yeah, I agree with that, Johnny, but I still think ultimately, ideally, I think all of us would be better off. Like, I am never happy watching their stuff. I know it's designed to demoralize me. But I do watch it, a certain amount of it, because I tried it, one, because of the work I do. That's the number one reason by far. To the situation I'm in a big city. I can't really, it's like I'd like to be out in nature every day and, chopping wood and frickin' climbing mountains, but I can't at this moment live that lifestyle. So I have more free time to, waste, if you will, or at least spend. And sometimes, doing that stuff is what I end up doing. Although I always try to multitask so I don't waste my time, sort of thing. But Hallmark Channel is Satan. Yeah, I would be surprised. Waking up people to the futile effort is a futile effort these days. It's hard. It is very hard. It feels that way. You shouldn't be despondent, though. People can wake up. It's difficult. Disneyland equals hell. Yeah, Go to barbecue, everyone's staring. Everyone's staring at their phone. That's terrible, but that's when you got to shout at the people. Stop staring at phones. Everyone put your phones away. How about have a barbecue and say, okay, there's a rule. We're going to have this barbecue, and we're going to make a rule. Everyone's going to put their phones in this basket. That's it. Why not? Be the one that makes the change. Be the change you want to see. And see if people will go along with it. Just say to people, look, we need to, we need to focus on each other. Right? This is a moment for us to be together. The art of conversation is lost among so many young people growing up today because they never have that type of social interaction. Like I used to, I grew up, like as a teen, I grew up in Irish bars, screaming at people and freaking huge conversations with music going and everything and people slamming and beers and fist fights and everything. But we were always engaging, always talking, always politics and history and whatever it was, music. Always engaging, and there was nothing in between. There's nobody's pulling out their phone or freaking checking their email or checking their Facebook or anything like that. It's changed the way that we act with people. People have lost the art of human interaction and it's so much worse today. It's awful. It's extremely rude to be having a conversation with somebody and they just pull out their phone like you're not even there, right? And it's like, that's acceptable? No, it shouldn't be acceptable. And it should be. People should start doing these things. People should start saying, look, you get one of those Faraday type cases. You show up at the barbecue and you say, everyone put your phone in here. We're all going to unplug. And what do you need your phone for? What if there's an emergency? Who cares? What if there was an emergency 50 years ago or 100 years ago? What? Did the world stop? Right? What's going to make the difference anyways if you're there instantly or you have the phone? Right? I mean, like I live my life without any of that type of connection. I never had a cell phone, for instance. So I never have that interruption. That's why I'm allowed to be an artist, because I could never be an artist and constantly have phones ringing all the time and interrupting and checking things and all that. So it's just, it's hard. Tier says, I'll go to innovation. I think that's for somebody else. It's crazy how Harvard started by super conservative Puritan Christians, but now is totally anti-Christian and libtard. It was named after a Puritan minister. Yeah, that's what they do. They take everything over and they twist it and turn it. Speak the truth. Who cares if they won't listen? Yeah, I agree with 1111111 bear. Yeah, I was busy making a living playing guitar on the road. The isolation of playing in the band is a real thing. Yeah. So fist fights are better than being on our phones? Yes, absolutely. 100%. You can have a fist fight with somebody and then have a beer after and you laugh it off. And next thing you might have a best friend for life. Yeah, 100%. I used to fight all the time. So we'd fight and then we go to the bar for ice and then we sit down and drink beers together. Good old boys. Boys will be boys. There's nothing wrong with it. And nobody's, as long as nobody's losing an eye or something, right? That's the Irish, the way the Irish deal with things. Anyways, no, I don't encourage fighting, but I'm just saying that living. That's what I'm saying. Living. You're in a fight. You're living. It's like you're making love to a woman. You're living, right? You're having a riveted conversation with a bunch of. You're living. You're in a bar and there's live music and you don't have a stupid phone in your face and you're absorbed and you're singing. You're living. When you're dying? When you're looking at that frickin' device. That's when you're dying. That's what's killing people. That kills people. And it literally does. I mean, it is cancer to a certain extent. Cell phones do cause cancer. Absolutely. They cause tumors. They cause all these things, right? Breast cancer, God knows what else. And how are they interfering with the chemicals and particles and possible nanoparticles that you have in your body? Who knows? We don't know. We probably won't know until we're all long dead and gone. TV's fine if you're deprogrammed. You learn more. No, I disagree. I can. Hey, everyone here is more than welcome to disagree with anything I say. I love debate. I love that. But I totally disagree. I don't think it's fine at all. I think TV's evil. Although I think it can be good. Like, you can put good things on television. It's just 99% of it is just awful. So if it was like Dick Pronicki, building his cabin. That's good TV, but that's pretty rare, right? It's pretty rare to get the type of television like nature programs. Even nature programs, they're like, that's the kind of thing that can glue me to the screen, because you're looking and it's like it's like wolves or something like that, a pack of wolves, and you're like, wow, this is amazing, look at this footage, oh wow, look at this. But then of course what happens is they always put the global warming thing in there. If it was just the good old wolves out in the pack sort of thing, then you could watch it. I'm just saying that most television is there to destroy you and program you and to suck your energy away. It's there to suck your energy. It's there to addict you. It's designed to addict you. All the shows are designed to addict you. They're all designed to. All the video games are designed to addict you. Every video game is designed to addict you. It's designed by the New World Order. They know exactly how to control your mind, and they know that if they can get you addicted to these things, they can take you out of the equation. You won't stand up to what's going on. Is Jeff still going? I don't know. 2 hours? I don't know. How long have I been on? I started like 3 hours ago, I think. I'm still going. Yes, I am. See here, Jeff. Have you covered the Event 201 yet? No, I Event 201. I've heard of it. Event 201. Now I got to look it up here. I'm not sure what it is. Event 201. I heard of it, just pandemic exercise to illustrate preparedness. Okay. So this was from November the 4th. Interesting. I'll have to cover it. Thank you very much for mentioning that to me, Andrea. I heard of it. I heard some stuff through the grapevine sort of thing, and I was vaguely aware of it, but now you have made me aware of it. I just bookmarked it. Probably in the next show I do or the next video I do, I'll look in deep into that. Great question. Thank you. Tinfoil around your phone blocks it too. Yeah. Maybe just get rid of your phone. Yeah, I've won a few fights. Good for you, Mike. The anti-static patches electronics come in seem to block signals. Yeah. There's a little trick too. You can stick your, say you're at home. It's something I learned. You want an instant Faraday cage, right? Say you get a message, solar flares incoming or something like that. Your microwave actually can work as a Faraday cage because it's designed to keep the microwaves in, sort of thing. So you can stick your devices in your microwave. So say if you're worried about the state following you around or something like that, first of all, don't go around with a smartphone because then they'll be able to track everything you do. But maybe if you do go around with one, stick it in one of those. You can buy those pouches that will block out the signals. So you can buy the little Faraday pouches, sort of thing. They're pretty popular on eBay and Amazon and stuff like that. Not a bad thing to invest in. But yeah, I honestly think that really, like, I still understand to a certain extent, though. Like, I understand that people that grow up with this stuff are going to have a really hard time ditching it. And it's kind of like you get used to the telephone. And like before the telephone, people maybe got used to the telegraph or whatever tech was there, and then you get the radio, right? And you got the radio, and then you could be addicted to the radio. You can sit around and listen to the radio all day, which was full of all the programming. Then you get the television, then television. Now you're cooking. I've got actually one of my friends he gave up on television a long time ago, and it's very interesting because he never watches television. And I said, why don't you watch television? He says, well, because I'm addicted to it. He says, I can never watch it. So like an alcoholic who recognizes the problem, he just cut it out completely, and he never bought a television because he said, that's all I would do. I would never leave the home. I would just watch television all the day. So television is designed to addict you, and it's designed to program you. It's designed to do all these awful things to you. So it's not for your benefit. I'm not saying that you can't learn stuff from it. I'm not saying that there aren't good things on it. Like, even some of the entertainment they make, like I'm Supreme Lord Commander, I talk about the show The Wire as being the best television show of all time. I think that's a really good show to watch, for instance, because it's such a good sort of examination of urban sort of American life. But nonetheless, television is mind control. Even shows like The Sopranos are deceiving in what their real intent is. because I strongly suspected that The Sopranos is much more about the patriarchy and depicting the patriarchy and making men weak and all these different things, right? Normalizing sickness and cancer and all that. Like so many of the stories, mental illness, all these things that are weaved into it. On the surface, it's like this riveting sort of gangster epic sort of saga, but if you dig a little bit deeper, you see all the agendas being pushed in it. So it's very interesting to go back in hindsight and look at these series, and that was, I believe, the first one that HBO had. One of the crazy ones that I saw, which was called Oz, which is unbelievable in its New World Order programming. So I think that was the second, maybe it was the first or the second show that HBO produced. And it was like this brutal sort of prison drama that had ultra violence in it and had homosexuality and all these things. I think in many ways it was designed to program people into homosexuality and ending the patriarchy and all these different things. So that's the thing about our television, is that none of these things would see the light of day unless they were chock full of the agendas that they want. I'm not saying, again, like I said, coming back, and I tried this to give an example. Like I said, the movie Slapshot, for instance, is like, you want to watch something that's relatively free of agendas and is just a good, fun movie. Go watch Slapshot. You'll have a great time. You know, it's just so well done, and it's so low key. It's just so awesome. Best sports movie ever by far, sort of thing, right? But yeah, there are elements, and I mentioned that with the original Star Wars. I say really the only Star Wars is the original Star Wars, just like the only Terminator is the original Terminator, because it was the only one that had the real idea, and nothing else that came after it ever comes close to it, because it had the perfect story and the perfect sort of thing. So I think you can enjoy movies and shows and stuff like that, but you kind of have to go back to get the stuff that wasn't chock full of the agendas that are everywhere today. Like, you can't watch anything from Disney without having every type of agenda being thrown at you, and you shouldn't watch anything. Anyways, I'm just going on and on. So Sopranos are more J projection, always projecting. Yeah, exactly. And also a negative depiction of Italians in many ways. And you think of all the characters and how deeply flawed they are. And I doubt, like, a lot of mafioso guys were so flawed. Like, I think you had to be pretty alpha in many ways to pull off that. You look at the mafia here in Montreal, and they were huge. They were probably giving orders to a lot of the guys in New York City and New Jersey and whatnot. You had the biggest mobster ever, which was the Vito Rizzuto. He's like the most powerful mob guy probably in the history of North America. And this guy, the stories around him, right, is just incredible. And he was like a king among kings, sort of thing. They said he drove a different, like, Lamborghini or Ferrari every day, sort of thing. And he lived like a jet setter. And he controlled the drug trade. He had massive warehouses in Venezuela, right on the Colombian border, and they would just bring in the drugs through the back door, sort of thing. And he was shipping, and he was also, more recently, turns out he was the major guy between the biggest construction project in the history of the world, which is the bridge from Sicily to Italy. Very interesting stuff. And so he died, and I'm suspicious about his death too. I'm thinking they might have staged that kind of thing. But yeah, the interesting depictions of the Italian mob and how flawed all those characters were, and they're all sick, and they all have all these problems, and they're all, some of them are psychological, depression, and all these things. And I think in many ways, you've got a lot of negative stereotypes being projected in those films or those movies, and not the movies. Like, I think Goodfellas is perfect. I think it's a brilliant film, like one of the best films of all time. And I think Scorsese nails those films because those films have no agendas. Like, what can you find in those films as agendas? You can watch Goodfellas or Mean Streets or even Raging Bull. You can watch these films and they're just art. They're just beautiful, and they're just the human struggle, and they're just, they're just so well done. They're with people that just knew the culture around them, sort of thing. And so I think that's why the gangster films are so intoxicating because it's a different lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that you're like, wow, it would be cool to be part of something, like to be part of a big family and have power and be able to do things that you wanted to do and all that. So, yeah, and I love The Godfather and Godfather 2. You know, those are amazing films. So, I'm going to try to do that on Supreme Lord Commander. I thought of that last week where I was like, maybe I can do a series where I can recommend people where you can bypass all the mind control and try to find films and shows and documentaries and whatnot, even music that is not full of the agendas and that you can enjoy right now. And because you can, there's a lot of great stuff. So, yeah, that's an interesting, I would like to have that discussion though, with, on The Sopranos. I think like there's a lot to dig in there. I think there's a lot of NWO agendas being pushed in that show. Pandemic, How to Prevent an Outbreak, new made in 2020, is 20 on Netflix. Yep, I talked about it the other day. Imagine where the pandemic game is the top game on Apple in the App Store. And I talked about the game, and the purpose of the game is to try to spread this pandemic to kill as many people as possible. And it was just nuts. It's like nuts. It's like, who would make such a game? So terrible. Big fat dudes. Yeah, that's The Sopranos. What if Jeff was a mob boss? I think I'd be a pretty good one, actually. You know, maybe kind of like, although I think he's a bit cold, but Al Pacino in The Godfather Part 2. The sad part about The Godfather Part 2 is the family, the whole deconstruction of the family. Because trying to preserve his mob family, he destroys his own family. That's the irony of the whole thing, right? Yeah, there's very interesting elements in those films as well. But you see with those films, there's more of a lore, there's more of a respect of Italian culture. Like I really found it intoxicating, the big wedding and the Italian music and the old man singing and, you know, and the dancing and everyone's dressed up. And then you have Johnny Fontaine, you know, you have the Frank Sinatra basically character, and you just have it's just like it's almost kind of like a fantasy mixed with, you know, drama and all that. But those movies are relatively agenda free. I think you can watch those films and just enjoy cinema and just get away without being programmed. And that's rare today. Like today you cannot find that. Today it's like everything is just chock full. Everything I see is just, it's horrendous. So yeah, somebody makes films that portrayed everyone else as crooks. One of the advantages of owning, yeah, I won't mention the group that do that, but yeah, that's exactly it. It's an interesting discussion. I think that you could go far with that. Don't forget HBO had 6 Feet Under. Yeah, and 6 Feet Under, what was it? Is gay undertakers, right? The gay guy running a freaking funeral home or whatever, a funeral parlor, right? I think I watched the first season because my brother was into it. He's like, yeah, you got to check it out. And it draws you in because the characters are so well written, and there's great acting, and there's great, you know, great scripts and all that. But then all of a sudden the agendas weave in. They all weave their way in. The deconstruction of the family, the homosexual normalization of LGBT, all that stuff, right? It just weaves in mental illness. All those things weave their ways in to your entertainment. So that's why I say, like, it seems like, I would say Archie Bunker was a psyop. I would say, like, I never saw the show, but I, seen, clips of it and stuff like that. Archie Bunker himself is like a stereotype. It's like who do you think made the show, right? It's All in the Family, Carol Burnett, all that crap. That is the stereotypical sort of white privilege type. And then you have the Jeffersons. That was the antithesis, where you had the rich black family. Like they've always been doing this stuff to us over and over again. So Bob Marley's career is interesting too, because Bob Marley's half tribe. I'm not sure if you know that. That's probably why he's so pushed. But I'm a big fan of, I don't even say Bob Marley, I say the Wailers, because it's really the Wailers. people misattribute Bob Marley as being the end all of everything dealing with the Wailers, but it was really the Wailers, and they called it Bob Marley and the Wailers just because they thought it would sell better. But Bunny Livingston and Peter Tosh played just as big of a role in the Wailers as Bob Marley did. I love that music. I love reggae, especially that reggae. I have all Bob Marley's albums on record, all of them. I have the box sets and all that crap because I got into it. But Bob Marley is very New World Order, and probably the only reason everyone knows about Bob Marley is because he pushed Zion and those themes, right? So it's very interesting about Bob Marley. And one love, one world, right? Like you look at the themes, kind of like John Lennon too, right? We imagine no countries, imagine no borders, all those things. So interesting. Anyways, I won't go further with that. I could do a whole podcast on Bob Marley. There's a lot of pros and cons. I mean, imagine a lot of the things are, up and down, not black and white or complex perhaps. It's weird in The Sopranos that James Gandolfini goes into the hospital multiple times for heart condition. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's almost like a weakness of male. It's guys as tough males, but they're very weak. Like, they're all in terrible shape. They eat garbage all the time. They're always getting wasted, right? I'm not saying mobsters didn't do that, and they did. But, like, again, if you were to look at Vito Rizzuto, right? This guy was dapper. He was dashing. He was way smarter than the cops. He's like a legend in Montreal in terms of like a real sort of Don. And he was not anything like, well, I mean, he's super tough. In fact, the scene in Donnie Brasco where they shoot the gangsters, the Bonino gangsters, so the Bonino captains that they kill in the basement, that was actually Vito Rizzuto who carried out that execution, and he actually went to prison for that. He was the one that came out of the closet, and he had the shotgun, and he shot the captains, right? It's interesting that Sopranos takes that tact where you're going to show these fundamentally, deeply flawed characters. I mean, what kind of a mobster would talk private affairs with a psychologist, right? A shrink, right? I mean, that doesn't make sense. And not saying that, but that immediately it normalizes the mental illness. So I'm saying, like, The Sopranos is full of these agendas. It's very well written, and the characters and the acting is top notch. James Gandolfini hated his character. He hated Tony Soprano. I find that very interesting. That actually says that he's probably a really good guy, because he played the role so well, but he hated the character, and he hated anybody that thought that he was anything remotely like it, because he was a sociopath, if not a psychopath. He was a very bad person in the show. And then what does he become? He becomes the most popular character, kind of like Homer Simpson. Although Homer Simpson, you could say at least Homer Simpson's not a bad person. He's he's selfish. He's he's stupid and all these things, but he doesn't really want to hurt people. Whereas Tony Soprano was a murderer, right? I mean, he was a cold-blooded murderer. He actually enjoyed killing people, and they showed that many times. So anyways, I'm sure most people have seen The Sopranos, so it is what it is. What do you think about the new U.S. spaceport? Yeah, I did imagine. I talked about it. So at the beginning of the whole show, I went into it. Yeah, it's just silly. It's nonsense. It's like make-believe. Why is Donald Trump in a Star Trek suit? That's so good. Now you can explain it to him, Tears. Yeah. What was the one where where the test is if a girl unlocks the door for you? I'm not sure. Probably not for me. Donnie Brasco tries to humanize rodents. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'm just talking about that particular scene in the movie. Oh yeah, tries to humanize rats. Yeah, of course, because Donnie Brasco was a rat, right? In fact, you think of the movie, Al Pacino's character was the best character because he was, Lefty or whatever his name was. It was actually for Al Pacino, who's a New World Order scumbag sellout to the nth degree, but I'll say his performance in Donnie Brasco was amazing because he played the loser gangster who constantly got overlooked, and yet he was the most devoted. Like, he never ever broke the code. And the code is important because the code is how you conduct yourself in life, right? I mean, like, what, you're going to betray your friends for your job, your family for your job? That's like imagine you're FBI or your CIA or something like that, but you would turn in your own family. Like, you would sooner work for the state than you would for your family. That's just nuts, but that's exactly it. So it's a very good point that I think Andrea brought up there, saying that it humanizes rats, right? Because the Donnie Brasco character was a rat. He was the shill, if you will, working for the feds to break down the gangsters, and he did it through befriending and becoming super close with the gangster. There's lots of stories about that too. There's like one thing I showed years back about the British government using shills to invade the environmental groups. And they went to such extremes that they planted these peoples in these movements for like over a decade. And several of their agents actually married people within the movement and carried out lives and had children and families, and never did their significant other know until it all came out. There's a movie called True Lies too, which is very interesting, where you have Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jamie Lee Curtis, who are happily married, I believe, which is so rare in a movie. But of course, I think it was the 90s, early 90s or something like that. But they're married, and both of them are like CIA, and neither of them know it, sort of thing, right? So they're it's so bizarre to think that people would choose government over family. And again, a lot of these movies do that. If anything, Donnie Brasco, because Lefty, the guy, was so nice to him and brought him into his family, he was the rat. He betrayed his friend. That guy opened his life to him and did all these things and basically put his life on the line. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing. Great point. You could say the mafia is seen also can be most of the times as local terrorism and blamed for most stuff. I think though with The Godfather Part 2, the role of the mafia kind of was romanticized, but somewhat explained, where it's like, you have police, but they don't really serve the people, and you have all these immigrants coming in. I guess you could say that too with the Godfather movies, if you were to say some agendas that they might be pushing, possibly the immigration agenda. But that's so far back, right? It seems like back then that, because you see these things come up again and again and again in the movies, sort of thing. The immigration agenda is huge in all the movies. It's almost impossible to find a movie these days that doesn't have that agenda in it. So, like to head in a Fiat fight with Jeff's Mafia love and then have a beer. Yeah. I'm not a lover of like my favorite. I like good cinema. So I like, people know this probably. I love Westerns, for instance, spaghetti Westerns, stuff like that. I love that stuff. I think it's art. Also, the agendas aren't there either. It's just art. It's just a film. It's, it's just like, back in the day, people could come up with an idea, and then somebody could come up with a little bit of money, and then you might get a few other investors, and then maybe somebody would buy the script or somebody would fund the picture, and you just make a movie, sort of thing. It's not like that anymore. Every movie today is all about agendas. All of them. I'm not saying every movie. I'm sure there's a lot of independent movies that are of a different thing, but yeah. So you skipped my question and discussion on Mafia above, but you get to the point. LOL, Mafia is most likely now than back then part of the NWO period and is used in politics. Yeah, exactly. I would agree with that too. Absolutely. I say the mob now has been brought into the whole fold, and probably well back. I mean, you can get into the Kennedy assassination and the role that mob likely played in that as well, which might be, might just be more confusion thrown in there, or more false conspiracies, but it seemed likely that the mob played a role in the Kennedy assassination as well. But the mob has played a role for a long time in American politics, and because it's Italians. There's a lot of Italians in the United States. It's an interesting thing. The Boardwalk Empire, for instance, I watched that show, and there's a few things about that show. I mean, the show is beautifully filmed. Has a really good cast, although Nucky Thompson is horribly miscast. It was Steve Buscemi. Nucky Thompson was nothing like Steve Buscemi. Nucky Thompson was a giant man. He was like 6'4". He was a big guy. He was big and physical. So it was a very bad choice, but nonetheless, he played the role differently, sort of thing. But Boardwalk Empire, it has Al Capone. It has all these great, gangsters from that era, the 1930s, Chicago. What's his name, Rothstein. Just the Jewish gangsters, Stanley Meyer, and there's just a whole slew of different gangsters. The Irish gangsters, and it's like, that's all cool. But what else do they throw into the show? And it's like, what? You have the main character sleeps with his mother. And it's like, what? What? You've got the main character who slept with his mother, whose wife, even though he's really good looking, his wife is a dyke. It's like, wait a second, did this actually happen? And all these things. So in many ways, Boardwalk Empire, with all the nice production and the top, the great writing and all these things, is New World Order. Right? And it pushes a lot of these agendas, and it just weaves them in. It's really nasty the way they do that. So anyway, that's just an example of how these things go. I'm glad people like the stream. Thank you. JFK's father, Bootlegger Joe, was deep in the mob. Both of his boys saw corruption. Unfortunately, it led to their demise. Mafia rooted itself deep in the CIA in the 1950s. Yeah, I imagine. Thanks, Bear, for that. I appreciate it. I love Westerns made in Spain with Clint Eastwood. Almerica, yeah. Made in Spain, starring Germans. Directed by Italians. The craziest stuff. Those are real films, though. It's like, for example, you look on Supreme Lord Commander. I got the Seven Samurai, right, as kind of the theme that I put up on the channel. That is one of the best movies of all time. You want to watch an epic sort of action film, and it's stupid to call it action because it has everything in it. But you want to watch a film that is just amazing, and there's absolutely not one single flaw in the entire thing. You have to watch the full version too, which is 3.5 hours long or plus. You'll never get a better film than that, ever. It's impossible to make a better film. It is absolute perfection. Every character is so fleshed out. The whole story, the women are women, the men are men, the peasants are peasants. Everyone is just the way that they would be in real life, sort of thing. And there's no agendas thrown in. And it's just it's such a beautiful story. It's so well done, so well filmed, expertly filmed. And you look at that type of movie and you compare it to like Star Wars, like the the Last Skywalker or something like that, and it's like, wow, it's like you can't even begin to understand how awful movies are today. They're just awful on so many levels. They're just an assault. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. Film was great from day one. Or in not always, but it was always great because it had people with vision and creativity and skill that got behind it. So it's never gotten better in the sense, right? It's only got worse, and it's the only reason it's got worse is because New World Order and the agendas, right? But it's a good example. Here's Eric saying, my question was missed earlier, but I was wondering if you've ever considered making a music account. Longtime fans. Yeah, I'm going to do that probably with Supreme Lord Commander and just put up a bunch of music and sell, and maybe people can buy songs for like $1, and that would be a big way to help me out. That's actually what I'm gonna do. So I have gazillions of songs. I'll throw them up on Supreme Lord Commander, and then that's a way you can support me. And people that on Patreon will get if you're up to a certain level on Patreon, you'll get it all free, sort of thing. That's the way I'll do it. But yeah, a lot of that's gonna come in the future. I'm just really busy with a lot of different things. So, but I've got a lot of stuff on the back burner, ready to go, sort of thing. So, I actually, unfortunately, like people were asking me about the Rainbow song that I was working on, which is really, really over the. It's very, very emotional song, sort of thing, that I did on the Rainbow. And what happened was, I had Final Cut, and I didn't realize what was happening with Final Cut, but my computer kept running out of space all the time. And it was because of Final Cut Pro, and it was because I had all these projects that I was working on, and it was really, really bad. Like every day my computer was giving me warnings that I was running out of space. So I kept deleting whatever I could, and then there was nothing left to delete. Then I realized it was all Final Cut Pro. The way I found out was I went to look to see what was using up all the space on my computer, my hard drive, and it was Final Cut Pro had like 2.5 terabytes or something stupid like that. So I just deleted everything. And I just figured, you know what, I need the space so bad. So I had to drop a lot of projects that I was working on, but it doesn't mean that the projects dropped. I mean, it just means that I have to restart it, sort of thing. But I already have the vision and the whole sort of thing thought out. So that does take a lot of time, and that requires me to sit in front of a computer, which is something I don't like to do. I'm not a good person to sit in front of a computer. I don't like sitting down, first of all, and I don't like sitting in front of a computer, but I do have a lot of great stuff to come. So thanks for that. I appreciate it. An interesting book you can read is Henry and the Great Society. It's not really entertaining, but it shows how the NWO took over and destroyed the family with tech. Interesting. Thanks. Innovation. I'm not familiar with that one. I don't think so. Since you love Italian mafia and Camorra stuff, you should totally watch Gomorrah TV series. It's amazing. It also has a woman as the boss. Not really agenda heavy though. Okay, cool. I didn't know about that. You know, it was hilarious because there was a pirate series on. It was like British television. I think it was called Black Sails. Somebody recommended it to me, and I was like, oh, I could get into that. Pirates in the well, not. I've never watched the Pirates in the Caribbean. I've never seen any of those films. I have no interest in them. But I'm saying like real pirates, and you know, based on real stories. And I put on the first episode, and I made it halfway through. And about halfway through, there's this gorgeous blonde girl that runs a bar, and she's a dyke. And I was like, okay, that's it. I'm done. You know, fucking done. I am done. Like, I'm not watching this. Sorry. The agenda was there, or the agendas were there. And it's like, there's nothing they don't touch. Just like I talked about Dracula. The Dracula, now Dracula's gay, right? Van Helsing's a woman. Not only is she a woman, she's an atheist nun, right? And it's like 18th century, or is it 19th century Britain, London has blacks and Asians, and it's like, no, that's not at all what it was like. Like, and then Dracula's gay, and you know, like all the characters have been changed for the agendas, and it's just awful. It's awful. So that's what I mean about how awful television is today. It's and in many ways it's like rewriting history, where it's like Melinda Gates says, we're going to come back and we're going to change all the books so we can get rid of gender bias, and then of course diversity bias and all these things. So when in the future, people growing up in London may not know that people used to be white in London. Like, they may not actually know, because they'll look at their history books, it'll all be rewritten. They'll look at the movies, it'll all be redone. And they'll say, did you watch Dracula? Yeah, I watched Dracula. It's like, did you see the one with Boris Karloff? Or Bela Lugosi, pardon me. I think it's Bela Lugosi is Dracula. I get them mixed up sometimes. And they're like, no, that one's not available. Or maybe they will go back and digitally alter that and turn him into a tranny or something, you know? Like, That's the problem with so much of it. It's just crazy. But yeah, great comments, folks. I appreciate them. Steppenwolf by Herman Hesse. I did read Steppenwolf. I read what was the other one by Herman Hesse there? The Doors, right? I used to read all those back when I was in college and university. The Doors of Perception. I can't remember. Herman Hesse. Somebody will maybe you know that. Hear you. The idea of evolution is simply modern version of Mystery Babylon. Evolution is key to how they took over politics and society with science, which overturned all traditional wisdom. Yeah. Dracula was yeah, well, the interesting thing about Vlad the Impaler is how the British royalty is directly related to him, and they're very proud of that. It's like, what? Actually, to further add to the music discussion, I recommend videos on how to make music too. You know what you're doing. I just love to learn. Yep, absolutely. That's great. I do some of that, or I did some of that in the past, so maybe I'll do more of it. Magic says, yes, telefilm, it really shows how the raw Italian Camorra mafia works. The U.S. mafia is kind of Hollywoodized, and certain aspects are ridiculous. Yeah, I agree, yeah. It's hilarious how they keep remaking everything so that they can program the next generation, like Party of Five. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Everything is remade. Everything with the new agendas. So Heathers, for instance, like Heathers was a cult classic when I was a kid, and it was like Heathers was Winona Ryder and what's his name? Greetings and Salutations there. Christian Slater. And so the movie Heathers, in the original one, Christian Slater is like, he befriends Winona Ryder's character, who's just been who's been brought into the Heathers, which is the I guess you'd say the white privilege bunch of school, the hierarchy of the matriarchy in the school, like the queen bitches basically. And so he kind of works his charm on her and gets her to help him murder all these and then fake their suicides, or murder them and then, you know, make it look like it's suicide. Then the remake of the Heathers, which I covered a couple of years ago, the Heathers in the film are actually transgenders. It's like, what? This is crazy. It's just nuts. And it's just, it just keeps going. So, and again, I do apologize if I miss your comments, because everything kind of moves, and then when I move the thing, it just jumps ahead, so I miss a whole bunch. So just ask it again, and I'll probably get it. Yes, the book is fiction. At the end, there's a little discussion about how it's not fiction, and I don't support everything asserted by the author at this end, but it's interesting. Here's Anixia saying, Jeff, I actually used my phone to speak Japanese to cute Japanese girls in Japan. Nobody can speak Japanese where I live. Really? You used your phone? I mean, do you speak any Japanese, or you use the phone to speak Japanese? Are you still going, Jeff C? It appears. Probably not too much longer. I think I'll go to 11, and then I'll call it a night here. So we get 10 minutes here. Do you think Roosh V is a shill? I don't know who that is. Vlad Stoop Turkin invasion of EU. Stopped, I guess Andrea's trying to say there. Yeah. Don't worry about the typos. I make them all the time. I know you're probably on a phone or something like that. Yeah, Her Story Inc. Yeah. Winona Horowitz. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And again, that one's probably full of agendas too. It's just those were 1990 agendas, which weren't, like, you have to move the ball. So if you think of the New World Order and you think of a football field, and the New World Order is the ball, and the objective is to get it to the other end of the field, you have to move the ball up the field. So you can't just like run out and push the tranny agenda on day one. You have to get many of the ways. One of the ways I explain, I'll do this through music. I'll explain how the music industry promoted, like hair bands, for instance, starting with, say, David Bowie and Elton John, characters like that who are clearly Illuminati from day one sort of thing, or from a very early time. And they were brought in and they push the transgendering and the drag sort of dressing and the sexual sort of ambiguity, which is what they pushed, right? Because you couldn't come out back in the 70s and say you were gay, right, outright, but it was always, pushed around, just like Epstein and Lennon was pushed around as this rumor for years and years. And so like they normalize these things through these characters, and they weave their magic. And then as you get into the 80s, you get the Culture Club, CC33, you get all the characters, Cyndi Lauper, all these characters that are put in. Girls just want to have fun, girl power, right? All these things that become super viral, and MTV and all that crap, pushing the agendas, the feminism, the fall of the patriarchy, the normalization of all the gender confusion. And then you have the hair bands like the Poison and the Rats, all these terrible bands, that these guys that would put on lipstick, makeup, and mascara and get up on stage with their guitars. And all this is the way that they normalize these things through the music, and everybody starts to imitate those things, right? So they've used their MTV and all their weapons to. That's why it's a big difference from when music used to be just heard on a CD to when music videos came out. Music videos were a massive way of socially programming people. Lennon Honor used to do work on, back when he was actually doing work on the New World Order, exposing Michael Jackson, for instance, and songs like "Beat It" and I think. Yeah, Beat It, that they were just about homosexuality, basically. And they were coding homosexuality in the videos, that the videos are actually about getting black people to get into homosexuality and stuff like that. Normalizing those things. The hip-hop industry has been a massive sort of way of doing that. So it's like, that's the way it is. They're moving the ball up the field, right? And so we are so further down the field. We're like close to the end zone now when it comes to like full-on Babylon sort of thing all around us. But we weren't like that. Like it took a while for them to get it to this point. So they've been chopping away at everything. It's like a big tree, using all these little axes, chopping here and there, and eventually they're making the whole tree, which is the American sort of, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness way of life, right? 40 acres and a mule, whatever you want to say, right? The American sort of dream life is being chopped down, and all your constitutional rights and everything that would give you those freedoms to live that lifestyle are being destroyed. And what's rising up, of course, is their tree of life, the New World Order itself, and the complete control of every element of society and civilization, and then we're not even into the brain chips and the nanotech and everything else that's going to come. That's already hitting it's already starting, right, with that. So, someone asked for Ebola and formaldehyde. Just Google it. Yep. I did videos in the past about that. Have you ever seen the video about deocculting the Big Lebowski? Yeah, I'd like to. Actually, the Big Lebowski is one of those what they quote unquote cult classics, CC33, of course. Interesting, a lot of those cult classics are heavy New World Order films. And the Big Lebowski has so much programming in it. And the themes dealing with the Big Lebowski are on the surface, it's just an idiotic comedy, but underneath the surface, it's very, very deep. There's a very strong sort of New World Order programming that's coded throughout the entire film. So it's one of those films that's much more than it appears, and people love it and they adopt that. But in many ways, the Big Lebowski is showing the destruction of the white sort of male, the programming, the infertility. All these themes come into the Big Lebowski. The Homer Simpson sort of programming of the masses into apathetic sort of people that only care about sports and beer, basically. And then there's so many other things in there too, with all the symbolism. And then they have the Germans with the scissors and all that crap. So that would be cool to dig into. It is a great film. It's unfortunate because I know who makes it, right? Big Lebowski also has 9/11, one of the most obvious codings of 9/11, in which he's filling out the check where he's in the bathrobe in the beginning. And I love Jeff Bridges. I think he's a phenomenal actor. I would never listen to anything he says outside of acting, but he is a phenomenal actor, and he does a tremendous job with the role. But he's filling out the check for his White Russian, so he's buying a cream, right? He's buying a cream creamer or whatever for his White Russians. He's filling out the check, and he fills it out September the 11th, 2001. And while he's filling that out, up on the screen, right, because there's a cashier there, and there's a little television screen. On the television screen, it's George Herbert Walker Bush giving his speech where we're not going to stand for this aggression, so George Bush Sr. So it's crazy. And then the Coen brothers, of course. So coincidence? I think not. So yeah, maybe I can do that. Hi, nice to see you there, Camille. Welcome. Yeah. Mass shooting in Germany. No, I haven't looked into it. Jeff, do you believe in the Antichrist? You avoid it like the plague. Why is it probably in your future, dude? What is the NWO all about? Deal with No, I don't avoid that. I always talk about it. I talk about the satanic programming and the satanic Baphomet symbolism. I don't think there's a show that goes by that I don't mention it. I don't know if it's a shill comment, but whatever. But anyways, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that do channels that specialize in that. So, you go Call for an Uprising or people like that that they're really heavy in the Baphomet and satanic. But I do talk about it all the time. So, yeah. I mean, do I believe in the physical manifestation of the devil? I don't know. I really, I don't know. I don't know. I'll just be honest. But I know they believe it, or they believe it in either metaphorically or physically. Yeah, or maybe both. I mean, they believe it, and maybe if enough people believe something, it can manifest. Maybe I do. Do I believe in demons, for instance? Yeah, I think they do exist, but I can't really prove it and all that. But they believe that for sure. So, anyways, I won't go further with that because that'll take us way off track. Are you familiar with gematria? Yes. Jeff, ask me again. Zach, is that you? Is that you, Zach? I know you're in there sometimes. Jeff, are you familiar? That is Zach. That's got to be Zach. He keeps asking the same question. I vaguely remember someone commenting on my channel should be banned or something. Okay, that's not for me. Jeff is live. Jeff live is best. Clear mind. Thank you. I appreciate that. They don't believe in the devil. Jeff, you need to speak the truth more. I say it twoof, like TWOOOF. Twoofers. The flat earthers and all that crap. Mandela effect. They worship demons and themselves as gods. Yeah, that's it too. I mean, I don't know the whole in and outs of whatever they're into, but they deeply believe in a lot of stuff. And of course, they do maybe want to manifest themselves as gods. And if you look into the nanotech, the AI and all this, the MU sort of programs that they're going to download their consciousness into, which they depicted in the Transcendence film with Johnny Depp. This is something that's going to be a real threat to humanity in the very near future, is that people are going to be able to download their consciousness into AI programs, and those AI programs will have the rights of humans. This is what they're already trying to pass into legislation in anticipation of this. These AI programs will be able to infinitely increase their intelligence and abilities, and they will have the same rights of humans. So these are just tip of the iceberg of some of the things that are coming down the pipe that we're going to have to deal with. We have the transhumanism and all the different humans that are going to be putting tech into their bodies. People are already doing this, the brain chips and all that, the nanotech that's coming in. So we're going to have vastly different human beings. We're going to have the CRISPR babies mixed with the nanotech and the brain chips and all this. So the elites are going to have super sort of hybrid human beings. You're going to have humans mixed with animals. You're going to have all different types of offsprings of humans potentially in the near future. Kind of like the island of Dr. Moreau, H.G. Wells. But like on steroids to the nth degree. China's already producing all kinds of human pig type hybrids and stuff like that. The future is scary. It doesn't mean we should live in fear, because fear, leads to an externalization of your power and then gives that Hegelian dialectic sort of solution, which is the worst, right? So we shouldn't live in fear, but we have to be cognizant of the implications of our tech and the likelihood that tech is something that's going to mess us up. Is there anything behind the Detroit Evergreen explosions? The name Evergreen and green goo. This has happened multiple times, multiple places. Now, always green goo, word Evergreen are mentioned. Interesting. I haven't really heard about that, Emmett. Not really sure about it. People want Camille to talk about stevia. So maybe Camille, next time we do a show, we can talk about some of that stuff. Wow, surprised to see so many closed-minded here people on Jeff C. Attack. Is there? I haven't really noticed. Jeff, are you Christian? No, I am. Like, I believe in God. I just don't adhere to any particular religion. So I'm not. I'm spiritual and I believe in God. So I'm a God-fearing man. I just don't adhere to any particular religion. But you know, I do like a lot about Christianity. But yeah, it's always a kind of a sticky thing. Will you bring back the gaming show once per week? I would like to. I have to get some sort of microphone set up to be able to do it. Although I don't enjoy some of the games. Like, I'm one of these people that I like to play games to unwind. I did enjoy Doom and I did enjoy Grand Theft Auto. So those are type of games. So I think I would really like to play through, for instance, what's the Western one there? The which I played the previous one, Red Dead Redemption, which was fantastic. And I would like to play the new one. So, but I don't know if that's not so much New World Order-ish. I don't know how many agendas they can shove into a timepiece sort of thing, but I imagine they do. You know how they work. But that would be one I would enjoy playing through because I love Westerns. But like when I was setting up to do the Detroit Become Human, I was like instantly, I hated the game instantly. I looked at the Death Stranding game. I looked at it, I was like, that's a game that I would hate every minute of playing. It's like you're watching the guy from Walking Dead take dumps and showers and then drink his Monster Energy drinks and then climb up hills with all this crap on his back, all these Amazon packages. It just looks like the worst game ever. I'm sure there's good elements in it, but anyways, we'll see. I have to get a headset that's going to work, that's going to allow me to talk and for all of you to hear the game at the same time. But I do kind of enjoy doing it. I think I do a good job with those games. I think a lot of people enjoyed those in the past, so we'll see. My daughter's public elementary school in Nevada has a Chinese-style social credit system, better behavior, good deeds, can attend extra events. Yeah, wow. Pizza party rewards, low score equals nothing. Found out today. Amazing. Thanks, James, for sharing that. That's nuts. That's yeah. Jeff told you Transcendence would clear your mind about nanobots and AI. It's insane what they will be able to do. Yeah, I know. We've been talking about it a lot. We did the whole show on that with Camille there, which is nuts. It scares the bejesus out of me. I am sub to a bunch of nanotech and transhumanist channels, and every time I watch their videos, I'm like, oh my God, trust me. It scares if anything, like all the Trump and so much of Iran and everything that's going on those are all kind of minor compared to what is coming. Like, and I say this, like people asked me last week or whatever, I was doing a show and they said, what's the biggest conspiracies out there? Or which things do you think are the most important ones? And I said, well, yeah, New World Order Agenda 21. But then I said, like, third, I said nanotech, brain chips, transhumanism. I said, that's going to be the biggest in no time. Like, in no time, we're going to see the CRISPR, all that. We're going to see a completely different human race. AI mixed with humans, and they are not going to like us. They're not going to like traditional human beings, and they're going to be a lot more capable and probably in power and have, it's pretty scary when you think about it. The game that I played that I hated was Deus Ex Mankind Divided, and I did one thing of that. I hated the game, but I played through it and I showed it, and the whole game was based on a future world in which most of the world's been completely destroyed by a massive war between traditional human beings and transhumanists. And you play a transhumanist character who can continually update upgrade all his physical abilities. You can get better arms, better legs, more brain chips, more mind control powers. You can get laser vision and all this crap. And it's like, whoa. And all the symbolism is the Saturnic sort of cubish symbolism is everywhere. It's really, really making me nauseous playing the game because I'm like, oh, this is just evil. I hate this type of future. And then I think, well, is it inevitable? Are we going to head there? Or I don't know. The Antichrist is going to want to stop, get your mark, and worship him. Stop being always being condescending about it. I think I answered your question very nicely. The type of so-called Christianity on YouTube that's saying rapture on this date or that date is heretical. Yeah. Again, and I can't get into a religious debate because that's divide and conquer as well. So, isn't there some kind of verse in the Bible that says you should just live and not think about the end of times because no mortal man should? I'm not sure. I haven't read the Bible, so I can't. But I do know this. I know one of the problems that they had with early Christians, I'm talking going back to the days after the death of Christ and the resurrection, was that many Christians were just waiting for the end of times. And this went on for like hundreds of years. And it was a big problem. So the Christians had to, the sort of church itself had to deal with this and had to come out and basically say, okay, you're probably not in the end of times. So you should probably just go on with your life, because that was it was a bit of a doomsday-ish, cultish thing to Christianity way back when. And so they had to come out and say that. So again, even if you are, and I totally understand, like when you think about just some of the things I was talking about and the doomsday clock and all that crap. Somebody left a comment, I think the other day that I saw, where they're like, Jeff, you're pushing the fear porn with the doomsday clock. And it's like, no, I was doing the opposite. Because I was saying these people, they're pushing the fear porn. I said they're TikTok and Time's Up and all that crap. They're gaslighting humanity. I was actually there saying that they're doing this to all of us. I'm not doing it. I'm not telling anybody the end of the world's here, right? But I'm saying they are. It's the end of the world as you know it, right? They're doing it all the time. They're always pushing this type of stuff because that's a method of control. So it's it's an easy way to control people. So yeah, I went an extra 10 minutes here. Is Mad Max scenario in our future? I think so. I don't know. You might want to learn how to fling a boomerang. It's interesting. What does the boomerang hit, by the way? That's an interesting thing. If you're a Mad Max fan. The Mad Max, we did a whole podcast on the contrast between the original Mad Max and the remake. Which the original, I'm a huge fan of the original Mad Max and the Road Warrior, which I think is one of the best action films of all time. And and then the remake of Fury Road, which is a spectacular looking film. It's got amazing action choreographed scenes. It's really well done, but is New World Order to the core, big time. And we talked all about those agendas and the patriarchy and the rise of the matriarchy and the using the women as breeders and all this type of, and then of course the Charlize Theron character being the hardcore militant feminist, right? The feminist dyke from hell. And Mad Max himself being muzzled almost the entire film, where he couldn't even speak, right? Because he had a muzzle on his mouth. And that was all part of the whole thing. The movie was actually not about Mad Max. It was about Charlize Theron's character. And it was all about feminism. So it's a very interesting thing. But yeah, in the original Mad Max, the Road Warrior, the boomerang hits the fag boy. We go in We go in. There's been too much violence. Too much pain. Yeah, I love it. I am a huge fan of those first two films. The first two Mad Max, they're amazing. The third one's kind of gay because it has all the kids and all that crap in it. It's the Ewoks, basically the Ewok thing. So anyways, yeah. What did you think of Waterworld? It's pretty terrible, actually. But it's Agenda 21, and Waterworld is Agenda 21, so. By the way, I do speak and read Japanese, and I'm trying to become fluent. Oh, so wonderful. That'd be a good way to pick up a girl. Love those Japanese girls. Yeah, so you say people like debate, but when it comes to Jesus and Antichrist, you bow out, say divide and conquer, whatever. I mean, right? I'm not gonna take debate. I won't take debate. I'm not a religious channel. I'm a critical thinker channel. That's what I am. So I'm not here to push religion. I'm not here to proselytize or anything like that. I'm just here. It doesn't matter what your religion. See, it doesn't matter to me what your religion is. I mean, if you're a Satanist, I probably don't want to be friends with you. But it doesn't matter what your religion is to me. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And you believe whatever you want to believe, and I'll respect that, right? But it's not. I'm not here to say this is the law. This is the law. This is the way everyone has to be. So yeah, yeah. The Nixie is saying he's muzzled the whole time. It's right? Yeah. The first Maximum Mad was the best. Yeah, I love the original one. The original one with the big cop there with his watering his plants. And they used the voiceover, and they had the goose. Right? Yeah, it's a great film. Total budget film. And it wasn't really apocalyptic. It was just a bunch of... He had what is his name? Toe Cutter. He's such a good villain. So the guy that plays the big villain, the big chief villain in the new one, was actually the villain in the original one. He's better in the original. Trust me, if you haven't seen the original Mad Max, you are missing out. You should watch that. That's a classic Aussie film. That's one of the best little gems. The second one, they put the budget in, and it's kind of better in a lot of ways. It's such a classic, but it's really an epic action sort of thing. It's like one of the most influential action films of all time. So if you haven't seen The Road Warrior, you definitely, you want to watch Mad Max, then you want to watch The Road Warrior. The interesting thing too is that the original Mad Max, it wasn't really apocalypse. It was just like a kind of modern but shitty Australia. And then the sequel was set after World War III, basically. And it's like a dead zone, right? It's gasoline that is the currency, basically, sort of thing. And it's all gangs. So yeah, I think those movies are really interesting. Really interesting. Thanks, Taryn. I appreciate that. I won't repeat your comment because I know it'll piss some people off. I think Mad Max Fury Road was a little freak boy from the Road Warrior. Oh, yeah. Forgotten more Japanese than I remember. Yeah, that's very interesting, Nicholas. It's the feral boy, the one with the boomerang. That's what I mentioned, the boomerang, because I said if the future is like Mad Max, you're gonna need to know how to use a boomerang. So the boomerang's one of those weapons in the Road Warrior, and the interesting thing is that the boomerang takes down the basically the fag boy of one of the gangsters, and that the whole costume setup of the gangsters, because they're kind of gay. The whole the humongous, his whole army, they're pretty gay, right? They're a bunch of like feral gay guys basically, and they all like they're basically a tribe, right? And so yeah, it's very interesting. You could break down that movie in a lot of different ways. I'm sure there's a lot of interesting things to break down, but it is such a classic film. I absolutely adore that film. It was one of those films I watched as a kid, and I just like, this is the shit. This is it. So yeah, I do those. The students clean the school in Japan, not the janitor. That's hilarious. How am I supposed to take down a grizzly with a boomerang? I don't know. Yeah, probably not. You're not. I don't think you're gonna take down a grizzly with a bow either, though. I think even with a shotgun, you just might piss off a grizzly. You ever seen how big a grizzly is? Right? You might hit him with a shotgun, and he just might get really mad. Then you're decapitated. It's amazing too. You see grizzlies in the wild, and I've run into grizzlies. I've spent a lot of time backpacking in British Columbia, and I've run into bears a lot. I love bears, but you gotta keep your distance. You gotta be careful. But the way they can move so fast. It's like you see a grizzly and you see it run around, and it's like trying to flank you, and it's like, holy crap, the thing is running at like 50 miles an hour or something like that. It's like this huge 1,500-pound animal, and it can move like the wind. And it's like that thing's going to run at you, and you've got one shot. And you better hope that shot hits. Like, otherwise you are FUCK'd. And, anyways, that's a funny one, though. Jeff gets inundated with pleas to become Christians every day. Yeah, well, it's part of doing the show. Best way to beat a grizzly with music. They hate music. What music would you play? Never Gonna Give You Up. Yeah, maybe if you were to play Rick Astley, they would run away. They'd be like, that sounds awful. Actually, if you just played any of the modern hip-hop, they would run away because it sounds so awful. It all sounds the same with the auto-harmonization vocals and all that. The bear would be like, what is this crap? I got to get away. Now, but anybody that wants to know what you do with a bear, you just make yourself look really big. You don't back away at all. I've been in situations where one time I ran into 4 bears, and I was like, actually this happened more than once. I ran into 4 fairly large bears, and I was like, I started to run towards them because I wanted to get closer to get their to get a video of them. And they took off. They freaking ran like they were being chased by some monster or something like that. And then I thought, oh, it was so funny because I was disappointed. I did get a little bit of the video of them running, and they ran so fast. But I was so disappointed because I was hoping to get closer, and in my excitement to get closer, I chased them away, sort of thing. But yeah, if you run into a bear and it's being aggressive, you want to hold your ground. You just want to. You don't want to run away. That's the worst thing to do. It's like a cat. Why do you think cats chase things, right? Because as soon as you act like prey, you are prey. So you don't want to act like prey. Anyways, this is a Jeff C's Bear. Jeff C's Bear Tips show. I'm not a big Joe Rogan fan, but he had a dude on that moved to Alaska and lived off the land for 20 years. Yeah, that's one of his best podcasts. I would agree with that. I love that one, actually. That's the Carey guy. I like him. He's cool. Until he brings up the global warming crap. But he's a really cool dude, and I agree with that. I think those guys got it made. Those guys figured it out. It's like, I like the way he's talking about, you take a shower out in the wilderness, or it's like it's a totally different feeling. You just take a dump and it just gets absorbed by the earth, sort of thing. And then you just live off everything. You eat every little piece of the animal that you can, sort of thing. And you boil the bones and make soup and everything like that. That's the way we should be living, because we would all be far healthier and happier and harmonious with nature. But that's what they want to deprive us of. They want us to live in the big cities eating the Soylent Green. Soylent Green! Has anyone ever seen that YouTube video where the grizzly bear cat? Yeah, that's one of my favorite. I love that one. The bear, this is this huge bear, and it sits right next to this guy. And he's just sitting there. And the bear just kind of casually sits right next to him. He's 5 feet away or something. And you just put in the search if you're looking for it. Bear sits next to man or something. You probably just put in bear, it'll turn up. And the bear's so hilarious. He just sits down, and then he's all casual, and he's yawning. He's like he's almost gonna nod off, and then he gets up, and the guy's like, hey, don't come any closer. But it was during the salmon season, so like in the salmon season, yeah, you can get real close to those bears because they're fat. They don't want to eat anything. Like they're not gonna attack you unless you pose a threat or something. But like all the bears don't attack each other either because it's the salmon run and the salmon are all dying and there's an overload of salmon. So the bears are just gorging themselves. So it's just a feast. So that's the best time to see the bears because there's no aggression in them. They're not trying to fatten up. They're not, they're not mating. They're just eating. A well-fed bear is a happy bear. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. It's. I love bears. Absolutely love them. They're just awesome. And there's a movie, a Canadian movie, which is just terrible. It's called Backcountry, and it's all Agenda 21, New World Order. And there's a really gory bear mauling scene in it. It's very, very gory. It's like not for the faint of heart. And they took a story, which is a true, there was a story, like Algonquin, for instance. Algonquin Park in Ontario is this huge park that has like hundreds or thousands, it's got hundreds of lakes at least in it. It's just huge park, rivers, lakes. It's, and people go there and they camp and they hike and they canoe and you do all that stuff. And I've been there several times, sort of thing. So there's been several bear attacks there, some fatal ones. There was a bunch of guys that were killed by a bear when way back in, I think in the 70s or something like that. But there were bear attacks because there's a lot of people camping. And there was a bear attack in which women, a man and his wife were attacked, and the wife was brutally mauled by the bear. And according to the story, right? Again, I'm skeptical of the media, but let's just say it's a true story because these things do happen. The man desperately tried to save his wife, but put her in the canoe and rowing down, and he found a couple other campers, and they were trying to keep the woman alive, but she died. So naturally, the movie's made based on a true story, and the story is it's the woman. Okay, they flip everything. So the man is this beta male in the story, and he's a wimpy F-U-C-K, and he's useless in the woods, and he doesn't bring the map, or he loses the map or something like that. And his wife-to-be, or would-be, because he's going to propose to her with a ring, is the feminist do-it-all. And so it's the guy who gets mauled by the bear and brutally ripped apart and killed and eaten. And it's his fiance, if you will, or fiance-to-be, who fights off the bear and lives, sort of thing. And it's just, this is the New World Order. Everything is like this. And why do I say it's an Agenda 21 film beyond the feminism and all that crap? Is because it's there to make you scared of nature. We did a whole show on with Harry Cookie Monster on Jeff C. Live, where we went through the Agenda 21 in horror films and all these horror films that make you terrified of nature. So a lot of these films that come out, they lure you in because people are intrigued by animals and animal attacks and stuff like that. Like Jaws, for instance, right? I mean, that's probably Jaws took more people out of the ocean than anything in the history of the world. That's how powerful movies are. Jaws was just so well done. In fact, in many ways, Jaws is kind of a masterpiece. I think it's Steven Spielberg's best film. But like movies work this way, in that they can use movies to program people to fear nature, and that's what the Backcountry movie is. It's an Agenda 21 feminist flipping the tables, reversing the roles, and putting the fear of nature. Because why would you want to go camping if you got this massive bear that's going to maul you and eat you, and all that? And chances are, you go in the woods, you'll never have trouble with bears as long as you take simple precautions, right? You don't, put food in your tent, stuff like that it can smell, you'll be fine. Bears are usually very afraid of humans, or they'll run away because bears are hunted by humans. So, anyways. So, yeah. And again, I'm not against strong female characters. You know, it's good that there's strong female characters. But, you know, there's a difference when it's like, here's the wimpy male character and here's the super strong female character. You can say in many ways Alien did that. Like the first Alien is still the best always. But it is a feminist movie in many ways. And there's a lot more to Alien, like the what's his name, H.R. Geiger or whatever, the artist, and the sort of feminine ovary sort of vagina type imagery that's in the film. There's a very strong sort of feminist element to the film Alien, the first one. The second one too as well, because the second one has the commanding officer, the white guy who is only commanded people in simulations, and he's completely wimpy and useless. And then there's the white sort of corporate guy who's wimpy, and he's also a backstabber, and she's the big tough male character in the film basically that saves the day over and over again. And again, I'm not saying anything that there's anything wrong with that. It works in the film. It is a really good film, but it is the agendas. This is how they do it. So they're very clever. So yeah, interesting. So yeah, those are all, yeah, it's a very interesting discussion. So anyways, I'm going to wrap it up, folks. It's 11:30. I've been going for, I think I started at 7:30 or whatever, 4 hours or more, around there. So I just wanted to say huge thanks to everyone for supporting my work and my channel, and encourage folks to please do come and support me if you can. And the Patreon, it means a lot because it helps me pay bills. I mean, it's so important. So huge thanks to all my patrons. And yeah, that's the way you can support the show. For now, I'm going to try to come up with some new things in the future, including selling music and stuff like that, but it'll all be to help finance the show and what I do. So if you like what I do, please do try to come and support me. And yeah, give me a thumbs up, you know, leave a comment maybe after, and, you know, fight. Do it. Yeah, thank you all so much. Really enjoyed it, and I really enjoy talking with y'all, and I wish you all the best. I will see you, of course, on Monday Madness. I may do something on Sunday. We'll see if I can get the time to do it. But yeah, we are going to be back real soon. So much love, folks, and I'll see you guys all in the next one. All the best.